This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Mac Watson. Two mountain bikers who were deep in the backcountry of Idaho said they came upon a woman who was alone, hungry, and said she had been looking to find her way out and back to safety for almost 3 days. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports the woman is lucky to be alive.
Apparently, some point during her ordeal, she'd lost her shoes, so she'd wrapped her sweatshirt and her shirt around her feet. And he said they spent the better part of a couple hours with her before they were able to make contact and a search and rescue helicopter arrived. The gentleman described the conditions that week had been getting pretty darn cold at night, like down to the 20s, but getting up into the 60s or even 70s during the days, and then no precipitation. That's probably what saved her, because I double-checked that with a search and rescue guy here in Wyoming, and he said, yes, it's surprising how cold of temperatures people can survive if they're dry.
One of the cyclists, Shelton Robinson of Pocatello, Idaho, said it was random luck that he and his companion happened to find Heather Waymond at about 3:30 p.m. on September 18th. The junior senator from Wyoming, Cynthia Lummis, has written a letter to President Donald Trump. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Senator Lummis is urging the president to pardon a Wyoming diesel delete mechanic who was just released from prison and living in Cheyenne.
In the early 2000s, 2010 era, those early emission systems were pretty clunky and could cause problems in your truck. Pretty soon after, the EPA started pursuing criminal charges against guys that were doing that. Senator Lummis, in her letter, said this is unequal prosecution. This looks political.
Lake, who has been released early from the Colorado-based federal prison that held him for 7 months, is now on home confinement with an ankle monitor. The BLM announced its intent to amend the Rock Springs RMP and opening a 30-day comment period on Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that after years of being drafted, then declared finished, then put back on hold, the Bureau of Land Management's controversial plan for managing millions of acres in central Wyoming is again open for public comment.
It was seemingly settled last December, but then we had a change in presidential administrations and things kind of changed. They decided they were going to put it on hold, and now the latest is they're going to go ahead and the BLM has put it up for revision and public comment. There was a 30-day comment period began today. What folks are saying is that this leans more toward what a lot of people in Wyoming have said they want all along, less restrictive on things such as energy development or cattle grazing or motorized access.
Wyoming State Senator Larry Hicks tells Cowboy State Daily that there's reason to hope it will get done right this time and the matter will finally be settled. However, some environmental groups criticize the move to revise the plan yet again, saying it should remain as is when the BLM finalized it in December of 2024. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
Wyoming weather is never boring. Friday temperatures will be scorching, but then a shift starts on Saturday. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports parts of Wyoming will see snow for the very first time this season.
Cowboy State Daily meteorologist Don Day has already called for a longer, colder, snowier winter that's going to start sooner, and there's still the indications that we're going to start dipping into more of that winter weather as we get further into October.
Laramie and Cheyenne could break their record highs for Friday with temperatures near or at 80 degrees, while Lusk is expecting to hit about 83. By Sunday, it could be 30 degrees cooler or more. And the State Board of Land Commissioners approved 2 50-year lease extensions for operating wind farms in Carbon County, but not before Secretary of State Chuck Gray and State Treasurer Kurt Meyer sparred over the merits of wind energy. Cowboy State Daily's Steve Bonnell reports that each project has been operating under a 25-year lease before the board voted 3-2 on Thursday to extend both of them.
I actually caught up with Governor Mark Gordon, who ended up being the tie-breaking vote. He told me even if they didn't decide to approve the lease extensions, the wind farms would still operate. They just wouldn't be on state land or under state control.
Meyer, Governor Gordon, and State Auditor Christy Racines voted yes. Gray and Superintendent of Public Instruction Megan Dagenfelder were the dissenting votes. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, good morning and welcome to Cowboy State Daily Radio. This is John Baggett. Friends call me Bags. You can too. Your buddy Bags here in the Bags studio in Sheridan, Wyoming. In the Zoom room today, somebody very interesting. Somebody I know from a while back. Hey, can you stand by for me, Lois? We're going to do a little intro and then we're going to do a little weather here for the Cowboy State. Yeah, I mentioned the show lineup here. It's pretty diverse. The news out of Israel about the release of the hostages and President Trump's peace initiative. Check this out. Will make my 9 o'clock hour guest's perspective incredibly interesting, Lois. Gershon Greg Pruier, Priewer. I'll find out for sure how badly I'm messing up his name. He's an Israeli citizen, a former IDF soldier, Special Forces, I understand, and he will join me live from Nazareth in Israel, where Jesus Christ grew up. And it'll be his first-hand account on this happening news right now. And that's my 9 o'clock hour. 6 o'clock hour, coming up, it's Lois Malkodian, Master Certified Coach, coaching, mentoring business owners, CEOs, big shots, people you think would have it all together, but nobody does for sure, for real, for all the time, right, Lois? How do business leaders resolve high-stakes conflicts? But real quickly, let's do a quick glance around the state of Wyoming. Got some rain working its way in, especially in the west of the Continental Divide, otherwise partly to mostly sunny over here. Breezy in some areas, highs low 60s near 80, and lows from the mid-20s to near 50. Casper, slight chance of rain after 1 o'clock today. Riverton, slight chance of rain before noon. Evanston, chance of rain, otherwise partly sunny today with a high near 65, but windy, highs, gusty winds up there around 34 miles per hour. Pinedale, chance of rain, mostly cloudy. A lot of these places, by the way, Lois, we are broadcasting as well. So I believe we're up to 6 Wyoming markets that we're broadcasting in, otherwise streaming and website posting, so people can find us various ways. Jackson, where we are broadcasting, rain near certain today with a high near 62 and breezy overnight. Cody, a chance of rain mainly after 3 o'clock. Here at Sheridan, Wyoming, increasing clouds today with a high near 80. And rain likely overnight with a low near 36. So a high of 80, a low of 36. Welcome to Wyoming. All right, your turn, Lois. Where are you and what's the weather like there?
Well, I'm in Rockwell, Texas. Good morning, Bags. Good to see you.
Texas. It's great to see you, too. God bless you. It's been a while since we've seen each other, but I am quite aware of what you're up to because I do follow you on your various posts on various social media platforms. And so what's going on in Rockwell? Is it going to be warm today?
It's going to still be warm. Yeah, they keep telling us it's going to drop down into the low 80s. We haven't seen that yet. We're getting there. Yeah. We're getting there. And our overnight lows are not in the 30s. Our overnight lows are in the 60s. So it's a very different, we can walk in the morning and night with no issue. So it's a little warmer than usual for this time of year, maybe by about 5 degrees. So It'll
We're
still
friends.
be warm. Maybe we'll get down to 80 at some point in the next month.
Yeah, there's aspects of that I like. We have family and friends in the Phoenix area, and we were there like in May, and it was we had to get everything done by like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock in the morning, because by 10 o'clock it was over 100 degrees in May.
Wow.
And I don't know if I could handle that.
Yeah.
There's times when I don't like handling what we get up here in north central Wyoming. But I just don't know if that's for me.
Well, Northeast Texas is not that hot. I can promise you it's been one of the most mild summers that we've had. We hit 100 maybe once, but didn't stay there. And we're not like Houston, which has the extraordinary levels of humidity. We are still humid, but it's different. It's 90s, though. It's a lot of 90s.
Well, it's nice to hear that you didn't lose your broadcast voice and pick up that y'all drawl down that Texas thing.
Oh, I've only been here a year.
Oh, okay.
I've only been here a year. You never know.
Don't do it to our gal. So I should introduce you and how we know each other.
Yes.
Right now, you're Master Certified Coach. That's pretty cool title, by the way. Looks good on a desk platform thing, right?
Well, luckily I can say MCC, or it'd be too much to put out there.
Exactly.
But yes, thank you.
But you have a broadcast background. We'll get to that, but I just finished reading on LinkedIn your description of you're wounded. In other words, you're on injured reserve. And in fact, I have I'm going to go ahead and pop it up on my screen here. But I'll get it up here in just a second. Well, I got to get over here first. Images, right? Oh, there you are, being professional. I was going after the one with you on your little cart there.
My little scooter. It's called the knee scooter. Yes, I'm very proud of it.
So what did you do to yourself?
Right here. Well, unfortunately, here it's right here next to me. I can't go very far without it. There you go. I ruptured my Achilles, and it's not an injury for the faint-hearted. And I was playing pickleball. Imagine that. And yes, everybody calls it all sorts of things, but I love pickleball. I was at a doubles match with my son and his wife, and I was reaching a little too hard for a shot, and I just landed not very well. Pushed off. It's all between push off and landing, as we know. My son is a complete athlete, and he took really good care of me in the first 24 hours after this incident with deep ice, putting my foot in ice baths. Having worked with sports figures for so long, I know all about ice baths. And I have 3 sons, all about ice baths. And my leg was in an ice bath for 3 days. And that is actually probably what saved me from having to have surgery. I've looked into all the new alternative ways of how you deal with an injury such as this. And I am in a very stiff cast right now, John, that will stay here for 2 weeks. It will move to a boot that has these different things in it for my foot to grade myself down for another 4 to 6 weeks. It's a long process to heal. Fortunately, it's not an entire season like Kevin Durant for 555 days. But that's because I'm not performing at that level when I get back. But it's a bummer. I can sit down and you'd never know.
I tease about it, but I know it's a bummer, especially you're a very active woman with a very active lifestyle. And so that's going to put a little damper on some of that. I'm sure you'll figure out a way to...
Slowing down, no question. So.
Well, our background together, so for years, I think at the point where you and I were working together at 850 KOA in Denver.
That's right.
Our old haunts. I was transitioned into sales at that point. Prior to you getting, how long were you, and when did you get to Denver and KOA, and how long were you there?
Well, I was on the air at KOA probably 2004 to 2011.
Because that's about 2000 is when I transitioned over to sales in that era. But you were one of the many great, incredibly talented professionals I got to work with, and some of those that are still around, still doing it there. Dave Logan is still rocking it. I had him on the show. Let's see. I want to get on the show. Rick Lewis, he's next. Rick, you're going to get a call. Who else was on the show? Was it April Zesba at that time?
Well, April was in the mornings.
Right.
So she was doing news in the mornings with Stephen Tubbs. And so that was my era. And Karen Fonda was with us in the
Oh, yeah.
afternoon. So, yes.
You
She
bet.
was doing the news while I was doing. So I veered out of news to become a talk show host at KOA, which was a real privilege and a lot of fun for 6 years with Dave. And we had a great time on the ride home.
Couldn't hurt with the career path that you ended up taking, too, being able to talk
Right.
to people the way you do and you can, and you have. So at some point, you transitioned to
Yes.
a MCC, Master Certified Coach. And I know it, and maybe some of my listeners make that life coach connection. That's kind of the simple man's description of it. I understand what that means, a life coach. Growing up with coaches, my dad was a coach, high school football and baseball coach. I coached middle school ball there in Denver, football, basketball, baseball for 16 years. And so the word coach has very, very good connotations attached to it. And depending on your relationship with your dad / high school football coach, it could be a difficult connotation, if you know what I mean. And I mean that jokingly. Dad's still here, and he's right here in this town where we both grew up, sort of. And his name is John Baggett as well. That's why a lot of people, I say, call me Bags, because Dad doesn't want you to think that he's doing this. But anyway,
Don't share my name.
I tease only because you are now a professional master certified coach, and the intriguing part is that it involves coaching, executives, business owners, CEOs, the people in charge. That's a different level than the 11, 12, and 13-year-old boys that I coached. That intrigues me. So what do you do? I mean, what does your day look like as you get ready to, jump into a room full of professionals and business owners?
Well, it all depends on if I'm coaching one-on-one, which I do a great deal of, John. That's my bread and butter. And I work with executives who are in there to discover something. Maybe they're there to improve relations with their team, or there has been a fracture. There's been they've had to let people go. They have difficult communication issues with different people that they're working with. So it all depends on where they come in. And so anyone can come into coaching because they want to grow, because they want to make a shift. That's what coaching is about. I partner with people. I actually joke when I start working with somebody that they actually know exactly what to do. And I'm just here to help them connect the dots. So we put the, kind of a plan together as to where they want to go. And here's the difference between coaching and therapy. And I love therapy. And I had a podcast for years, by the way, called More to Life with Faith and Lois. And we, with a colleague of mine from Colorado. And what we did was she looked at the therapeutic side and I looked at the coaching side. And here's the big difference between therapy and coaching. I start with where you are right today. Where are you right now? You may have had a lot of things that brought you to where you are. You are here right now. Where do you want to go? It's not that we can't tap into how you got here, but my job isn't to go back and unpack and try to restore healing to any of those areas. That's the job of a therapist. Yeah. My job and my role is to look where you are right now. You tell me where you want to go, and let's start working on what you need. What's the gap? What's holding you back from getting there? And as we unpack that, now we can move forward. So it's an extraordinary career path for me, because I get to work with people who say, I want to grow. I want to listen better. I want to communicate more clearly. I want to show up. Voila. That's where I am.
I could see where if you were a business owner in a situation where you're hiring a different generation, a younger in our differences in communicating. I'm a boomer. And let's say I'm hiring with my tech issues. If I were to incorporate myself into a business, one of the things I would probably need to do is hire somebody in a completely different demographic. Is that something that at times when a business owner, CEO, decision maker comes to you and says, I need to develop some management skills because of that? The changing demographics of my team?
Absolutely. And John, one of the cool things about this is there is a formula that I think people think it must be so difficult. I've got to learn something brand new and bring it in. And the truth is, it's probably been right in front of you the whole time. We just forget. Yeah, as I was a journalist for so many years, you bury the lead. So here's the way we begin with that, if it's okay for me to kind of jump into that. If someone is saying, how do I understand this? The biggest thing people forget is to listen.
Oh, yeah.
Simply to listen when someone comes in. Because if we don't understand their language, if we don't understand how they're processing, it might be because we actually don't know. We haven't listened. We haven't paused long enough to hear what it is they need to do. So when we listen, from that point, we can become curious. So that the questions that one asks come out of that curiosity instead of a game plan. If we come in with a checklist and I'm going to ask you this, we may miss completely what somebody is interested in or how they learn or how they want to work because we have an idea. So the premise that I begin with first is that people must learn how to listen and from there be curious. And we move. Oh, go ahead. Yes, I can see.
I was going to say that. I'm listening. And what it does is it brings up that phrase, and I'm guilty of it, very guilty of it, listening to respond, not listening to understand. And when you're in a position, a lot of folks, and I'll pick on dudes because I'm one too, men, we tend to want to get to my perspective, get to my agenda as soon as possible. And at times I find myself watching the lips move, but already thinking ahead as to how I'm going to respond. I would say, especially if you're dealing with maybe a little older demographic, that's typical, and they have to relearn how to listen.
It's beautiful when people do, because as people learn how to listen and then base their questions on what someone has said versus their own agenda, they suddenly discover, oh, this person is actually really interesting. They have something to offer because you've moved to their wavelength instead of staying on yours. But you can't stay just here because there are times where you must have an agenda. You do need to have a specific person you have to hire. So it's not all as easy to say, oh, just kumbaya, I just want to hear what you have to say. First, we have to understand where someone's coming from. The second piece is, how do you communicate clearly? How do you put your words concisely? Once you've listened, once you've asked those curious questions, are you ready to communicate clearly instead of being vague? Brene Brown has one of the best lines. Clear is kind, unclear is unkind.
Unclear is unkind.
Because we're vague. We say something like, oh yeah, I think I might, or well, this might be, we're very vague. And then we wonder why people give us a vague response, or don't show up on time, or don't do what we ask them to do, because we haven't set out an expectation that is clear. So this clear communication piece, the second piece, in terms of how we really get into this ability to grow with people, is powerful. We have so much control over our words, and we waste them. We just say things that don't matter. Get down to saying less, but what you say is exactly what you mean. And it's really funny when you meet with leaders and they'll even say, oh, I knew I was being vague. I wanted to see what they do with it. How'd that go for you?
Yeah. We got to do a little break here. Our first one, we have one more a little bit later in the hour is how we're set up here, Lois. So it is 6:23 in the morning. It's John Baggett in Sheridan, Wyoming in the Bags studio. It's just my house. And I love it. And I get to talk to folks on Saturday mornings from 6 to 10 a.m. Interesting people with interesting lives. This is Lois Malconian, an old friend, old workmate of mine from Denver, and a master certified coach, mentor, talking to business owners and decision makers and helping them to learn how to listen. All right, we'll be back after this here on Cowboy State Daily with your buddy Bags.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean into our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure? I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Hey, good morning. Welcome to Cowboy State Daily Radio, the radio version of our multimedia company, Cowboy State Daily. In the Zoom room is Lois Malconian, a Master Certified Coach, MCC. And quick look at the weather again, real quickly. Chance of rain in much of Wyoming today, especially west of the Continental Divide, otherwise partly to mostly sunny. And some wind, a little breezy surprise up here in Wyoming, Lois. Highs from the low 60s to near 80 and lows from the mid-20s to near 50 degrees over the state right here in Sheridan, Wyoming, the base of the Bighorn Mountains. About 13 miles as the crow flies away from the Montana border, in case you're wondering where your buddy Bags is exactly. We're 49 degrees right now, which is pretty warm for this time of day. Sun's not out yet. But you're in Texas, Rockwall, Texas.
Yes, I am.
Sounds like a good place for somebody who rodeos to come from. Tell you the
Well,
truth.
there are rodeos around here, but not in Rockwall. But there's one in Mesquite, and we have the state fair going on right now in Dallas. So.
I do know that they love rodeo down there in Texas. Hello, Texans. By the way, our show is archived on our website, Cowboy State Daily. So somebody who tunes in and misses this or that, it's 4 hours. I'm really doing 4 podcasts back to back to back to back. Different topic each hour, different guest. So some people I tell, hey, tune in. They say, when you on? I say Saturday morning, 6 to 10. They say, 4 hours? Forget it, Bags. I got a life. I got a life, dude. I said, well, go back and then pick out the topic that you like and just do that hour if you want. But and sometimes some folks are listening to the broadcast, and I'm referencing our photos that I have put up of you mentoring and coaching. I don't know if you can see that at your end, but my audience can and I can.
Wonderful.
And when I reference that, and if folks want to see what I'm referencing, they can go to our archive at cowboystatedaily.com, which we're past 98,000 subscribers to our email newspaper. We call it a newspaper. We have a staff of 10 plus incredibly talented writers, news, sports, lifestyles, all the, very much like the old newspaper, but they get it via email or on their phone on the app. So that's the newfangled multimedia operation that a very good friend of mine put together up here in Wyoming. Okay, back to the Zoom room. Lois Malconian and I were talking about her mentoring, coaching, and one of the things that I wanted to get to, typically, when you walk into a situation, they're all different, I get that, but what's the most typical thing that you walk into when you're going to mentor somebody or coach them?
So I'll put a little distinguishing factor here, John, for your audience. And coaching is when I work with someone who has basically hired me to deal with an issue or to work on, to your mention earlier, personnel, conflict, all of those kinds of things, or growth. Maybe it's a growth and development. Maybe their company has paid for coaching. Mentoring is when I work with other coaches who are going up to another level. So I work with coaches who are moving from different levels through the International Coach Federation. That's where I got my MCC certification. When I got into coaching, I made a decision, like I was in broadcasting. I was at the top of my game in broadcasting. I wanted to do the same for coaching. So I have over 2,500 hours of coaching. That's how I got that distinguishing mark of an MCC, which I'm very pleased to get. But when they come in, especially to be coached, I do believe a lot of people want and need to be heard, John. And so they come in and they're a little surprised that it's their show. It's their platform. What is it that they want to work on? And I think this is a new piece because their manager may say, you need to get better at this, or you need to do this. So we start talking about what they want to do. And one of the best ways to discover that is to do some kind of values assessment. What matters most to you? That's a great question to ask. You can look up values assessments all over the internet if you wanted to do it on your own. If you work with me, I'll give you one that gives you 25 strengths to appreciate about anyone, and then decide what's most important to you. So when we start looking at what your values are, then we start looking at how does that line up with the work you do? And sometimes it lines up beautifully. And other times, as you might imagine, Beggs, it doesn't. Well, and so when you're seeing this clash, you're going, well, what are you thinking? What's coming up for you as you hear your value is purpose and meaning, and this is what you're doing?
So how do you show up? So here, this is one of your slides that I have up. So obviously you do things live and in person, but I'm assuming also that you have a digital aspect to the business and hosting webinars. Are you doing similar things in that format that you would do with somebody as an individual, or when you're speaking before a group of leaders?
Well, the biggest difference is when I coach, you don't hear me very often. I'm there to listen. So I ask questions and I can let someone go for 4 minutes at a time if they need to, with only an open-ended question coming from me that begins with how, what, or where. By the way, this is a quick tip if you're trying to get along better with your partner, with your child, with your wife, with your husband, anyone. If you start with that, the how, the what, the where, you take a lot of the sting out of any question you ask. So that's the premise of coaching for me when I join people. If I'm speaking, then like this, you'll hear a lot of my voice and I'll present ideas such as how do you show up, where I'm asking people, what is it that you bring to the table? Yeah. When you say you're going to be someplace, what is it that distinguishes you from other people? Because how we show up matters. And here's the core. When you get down to the values, you show up pretty much the same way, John, on an interview like this, or in a grocery store, or with your family, or when you're working, because your values don't change. See, we think, oh, we're going to put on a different hat for this. Well, we might have a different, twang when we're dealing with certain people. That's normal. But we're usually not a different person.
Yeah. Well, sounds like to me, you said, well, I'm not a therapist, but it does sound like to me that you would have to, or probably do, incorporate some therapist techniques in order to, number one, to get their attention, because in many cases you're with a therapist job, it is conflict resolution. That's part of what they're trying to accomplish. So do you mix in some Sigmund Freud in there as well, trained into you?
Well, here's what I do. I love someone named Martin Seligman, and he is the father of positive psychology from the University of Pennsylvania. He's in his mid 80s now, and he is still doing webinars and writing books, and he's incredible. The premise of positive psychology isn't toxic positivity. It is saying what's going well here. How do you, it's really all of the coaching language that we use moving forward. True therapy really is finding what's wrong where you are and how do we repair that? How do we go back into time and look at what happened here? They are two completely different modalities. And John, I don't get into the weeds with anyone. I choose not to because I can't help them in that arena. Psychologists are brilliant at this. My skill set is to say, I get it. That sucked. That did not work. How do we want to do this differently this time? So every time we look at a premise or an approach, we say, what worked here and what can I use moving forward? You mentioned the article that I wrote on, hurting my leg. And what happened was after I did do this beautiful injury to my Achilles, I had a number of people last week who were really talking about some issues that I discovered I had been using in my very onset in terms of how I had to be humble with people who wanted to help take care of me, how I had to then make a decision to say, this is what I'm actually going to do. I mean, looking at those steps, and then how I had to be resilient. I can't do this without being resilient. And that it applied to my coaching. So my goal as a coach is to say, what can we learn from any and every situation that can teach us moving forward? Does that mean that I'm never angry? Of course not. But what do I do with that? There's something called the 90-second rule. It's brilliant. Dr. Jill Bolt Taylor wrote a book called My Stroke of Insight. She's a neuroscientist who had a stroke. And she has this great tool that I love to use. And it's called the 90-second rule. And if you're really angry, really frustrated about something, be angry, be frustrated, let it out. And then take your phone out. Put the timer on. After 90 seconds, her argument is physiologically, that's as long as you can stay angry. If you don't call someone, if you don't text someone, if you don't email and tell someone about the issue. But if you're just simply angry and have every right to be angry, and then decide, what do I want to do about it? That's the flip. The flip is coming to the end of it saying, okay, that's where I was.
There's
now
my 90 seconds, move on. Your buddy Bags could use that as a tool.
Now, but by the way, you can use that 5 times a day. So 90 seconds can be repeated in different segments. But I do notice if I'm really upset about something and I move from that space, it doesn't mean I solve it, John. But if I'm constantly sharing that woe with someone, I can't end it. It doesn't end because then we get someone to partner with us to say, oh, that's so bad. Oh, I feel so. And then we bring it up again. This is particularly true when we're pissed off at somebody. Right. And someone has hurt us and we want to let the other people know. That's when it's most detrimental.
Well, I worry sometimes that I don't have my own tools to do those things. And it's good. And I'm sure there's somebody else out there that's listening or watching us right now. So I haven't given out a website or a contact information yet. We'll do it again before the end of the show. But if somebody does hear, hey, this is a tool that we need, this is maybe I personally could use this kind of mentorship or coaching. So it's Lois Malconian is the company. And how can they get a hold of you?
The easiest way is go to my website, loismalconian.com. And it's not an easy name. And I love that you have the map of the world behind you because I can see all the places I lived when I look at that. Because as you probably recall, there I am in Texas now. But I was born in India. And then I lived in Beirut. And then I lived in Denmark. And then I came to the U.S. and became a citizen when I was a teenager. So I understand this whole global thing behind you that just kind of, it resonates with me. But Lois Malconian, it's an Armenian last name. .com is where you can find me.
Just going to ask, what is that?
Yes. So, and on there, you can see what I offer, my executive services. You can also email me, LoisMelconian@gmail.com. And you can ask me anything. I do webinars and I work on these different kinds of topics that you are describing. And I love tools. Tools are this is something we bring along, we offer when someone is ready to make a shift, but never forced. I think that's the thing that we start to discover. I love coaching because people are coming saying they want to make a change, John. Yeah. That's why it's so rewarding.
Well, how about when we get back, I'm going to put the pressure on you here. You may have to grasp out of nowhere an answer to revealing how business leaders, the big shots, how they resolve high stakes conflicts, and in some cases the advice you give them in order to do that. But we'll take this last little break here and come back with Lois Melconian. It's LoisMelkonian.com. I got it?
You got it.
My Armenian friend in Rockwall, Texas. So, all right, we'll do that after this break. It's 6:40 on a Saturday morning. It is the 11th of October already. Wanted to do a quick tease here to everyone. My 9 o'clock hour is particularly interesting today, as all of my guests and topics are today. But because of the timing and what's headlining news, normally, Lois, I don't do a whole lot of politics or hard news. We do that very well on our weekday show with our morning show host, Jake Nichols. And we also do, as I mentioned, the online newspaper. We also provide top-of-the-hour newscasts here in Wyoming to upwards of 25 radio stations here in Wyoming. And so it's quite vast, this little network, relative to our state here in Wyoming. But anyway, because of the news, I was able to, because a contact that I made years ago, 7-8 years ago, Deb and I went to Israel, and I was fascinated by our tour guide, and his name is Gershon, and Gershon Greg Prewer is an Israeli citizen and a former IDF soldier, and he fought in the 73 wars. I believe at that point, I don't know if I want to say, because I'm not quite sure if that was Syria or a combination of multiple, Lebanon, etc. But anyway, he is in Nazareth today, and he's going to be on the show in the 9 o'clock hour. Okay, so it'll be 6 p.m. Nazareth, Israel time. And we're going to talk about what just happened in Israel with the pending release of the hostages, and the hope and prayer everybody has that this is going to lead to some kind of peaceful resolution. I don't know if that's possible in the Middle East with the thousands of years of conflict in that region. But there's good news finally out of Israel in the Middle East. It's so rare. But that's coming up at the 9 o'clock hour. Again, as I mentioned to Lois, we are archived at cowboystatedaily.com. Pop in there, catch it when you can. I know life is busy and you're running around today, but we'll come back and we're going to talk about how business leaders, how the corporate hotshots, how they resolve high stakes. When I say high stakes, money involved, how they take care of the conflicts in business. We'll do that after this here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Hey, we're back on Cowboy State Daily Radio, Saturday, October 11th. Your buddy Bags in the Bags studio in Sheridan, Wyoming, and in the Zoom room. That wasn't really dead air there because I was letting people see you and your family up on the screen there. Beautiful family. So before I get to the big corporate decision maker question here, tell us a little bit about your family and how you balance your professional life with being a mom, wife, friend, I'm assuming.
Grandma.
And grandma?
I am a grandmother.
Hey,
yes.
Congratulations. We're
That's
close.
what all those babies are about. And in fact, John, I must tell you, the most wonderful thing,
You
Paul,
look
I
great
won't make
now,
it any
Grandma.
harder.
I tell you what, I thought they were your kids.
No, I'm a Nana. And my son-in-law, who lives in Cheyenne, by the way, is listening and watching right now. I texted him right before I started. I didn't think he'd be up this early, but Paul, you rock. And our oldest grandchildren are with him this weekend up there, and they're in that photo. And then we have 4 more, which is why we moved to Texas. Our hardest part about leaving Colorado was leaving those precious older grandchildren who said, we understand, we were here, you were here when we were younger, but still, it's tough. But we try to get up to see them very frequently.
What's the son-in-law's name?
Paul.
Paul, your weather in Cheyenne today, slight chance of rain, mostly cloudy today with a high near 70, mostly clear overnight, lows near 46. There you go. That's what
awesome.
Special weather just for you for tuning in here to Cowboy State Daily with your mom.
So we moved to Rockwall, Texas, because my oldest son was having twins on the heels of an 18-month-old girl. So now we have 3 little girls, and we have another grandson who moved with us. So we are surrounded by little ones. So, John, what I do is I coach in the morning. I have speaking engagements occasionally, and I take care of little ones in the afternoon, which is why it's so hard with the knee situation, the ankle.
Oh, yeah.
So I have to, now I'm going around, they all like my little scooter, and I can sit on the floor and I can still play with them. So we had a trial run on Thursday, and I was able to handle all 4 alone for an hour. I think I can do it.
Well, and I'm allowed to say this, we're having our very first grandchild due in November, early November. And that child will be part American and part Dutch. So we will be heading to the Netherlands at some point in December to meet our very first grandchild. So,
how awesome.
We're
Yes,
pumped.
I've been blessed. I've been blessed.
I will
so.
be Opa John. I've made the decision.
There
Opa
you
means
go.
grandpa in Dutch. So
Dutch.
Opa John. I think it flows. Opa John.
Opa John.
I'm good with
Yeah.
that. All right. Well, congratulations, Grandma.
Nana.
Wow. Nana.
Yeah.
I'll
Nana,
be
grandma.
dang.
So there you go.
I love it. Okay, back to business.
Yes.
Revealing how business leaders resolve high-stakes conflicts. I mean, do I have to pay for that this morning, or can you?
No, I can't. In fact, I can give everybody a complete cheat sheet on this, and I'm going to, and I can even submit it to you. But one of the best leaders in terms of dealing with this is a man named Fred Kaufman. He's written a book called Conscious Business, along with others. He got into the coaching profession later in life after teaching at MIT for years in analytics. All right, so this man knows his business, and I am not a conscious business coach. But he has come up with something called the mutually beneficial agreement. And people who do negotiations use this on all spectrums, but I use it regularly with my clients as they are working through difficult conversations or difficult situations. And what I love about this is everybody wins. This isn't something about even compromising and saying, well, I've got to give only a little bit. I've got to give a little bit. Everybody wins here. It's a different mentality. But you begin with the premise of what's the mutually beneficial purpose you have? Even when you're fighting, even when a number is wrong. What's the goal here? So your conversation begins, if you're the one instigating the conversation, of how you want to succeed together to accomplish X. Okay, so we're starting with a mutual benefit that's going to work for the other party and for you yourself. Then, secondly, you get to express your point of view. You get to say, you know what, this is the goal. This is how we want to work together. But here's what I'm observing that is impacting our ability to arrive at this goal. Now, when you use the words, here's what I'm observing, listen to how different that is instead of, why did you do that? This isn't working. What are you thinking? All of those things put someone in a very defensive position. But when you share, here's what I'm observing, it's neutral. Now you're talking about an issue. You're not talking about a bad person. You're talking about an issue, and an issue can be resolved. Relationally, when we get into personality tics and what we're pissed off about, that's much harder. And it doesn't have to go there. That's the point of this way of focusing on it. So then you express your point of view. And when you're done expressing what you believe is the issue that's in front of you, you get to say, when you hear what I just shared, what comes up for you? Now you're giving the other party a chance to defend themselves. They get to say in real time, hey, this is what's going on, Bags. This is why this happened. This is what's going on. So you now get to understand the other point of view. You may not have known what happened or the reason something happened because you never asked in that way and didn't put them on the defensive, didn't put them angry. This isn't something where you're trying to throw someone under the bus. And by the way, this is always private. We do not do any of these things out in the open where we have a chance of throwing someone under the bus or embarrassing them. And when you then hear what the other person has to say, you get to ask out loud in real time, so what do you think might work for us to start accomplishing and breaking through this impasse that we seriously have here? This step 4 then is where you get to negotiate a mutually beneficial strategy. What is it they want? What is it you want? How can you both get what you want? So you begin this process with both views in place, not with just your view saying you're wrong or their view saying you're wrong. You're actually saying, all right, how are we going to do this? This doesn't happen in 30 seconds, by the way. No. This can take time. Sometimes you have to leave the table and come back with what you're working on. But now you've got 2 sets of views possible to discuss what you want next. Finally, you get to start committing to execution. You treat every conversation, and John, you know this better than anybody, and I loved it when I was asked this from Frank, of all things, Fred Kaufman, who said, every conversation is a sales conversation. So the end of the conversation is committing to execution. You don't just go, all right, well, I'll try. I kind of like what you had to say. Let's see what happens in the next few weeks now that we've talked. The 5th premise is, I commit to doing X. What do you commit to? So you have a commitment as you leave. It's a handshake on what you have just discussed. This is one of the most amazing ways to get through an area of disagreement.
Lois, I know this is in the corporate business environment, but what I'm hearing is telling me folks who are not in that realm or that category is this conflict resolution in a lot of other places as well.
Yes.
I don't know about.
This works at home. If you find a pile of laundry on the floor that was in the middle and you tripped over it, hey, I'm observing that I can't get through the hallway because this is here. I mean, yes, you can use this everywhere.
Of course, absolutely. Well, it's 6:54. That means we've got about 5 minutes before the top of the hour. We'll hit a newscast up there. In the next hour, we have he is J.D. Williams is the recreation supervisor here at the Sheridan Recreation District, and we're going to be talking about youth sports, particularly football, because it's football season. There's a little bit of a controversy between flag football and tackle football, even around here, about when it's appropriate. So that'll be coming up. But I wanted to talk to, first of all, again, remind my audience, getting a hold of you. You're hearing something, that we could use that at our place. And that's LoisMelkonian.com. You can put you in touch with her, LoisMelkonian.com, LoisMelkonian.com. But let's talk a little bit about some of the things that you've done, ways of people that you communicate. So books, publications, social media posts, newsletters, those kind of things. What are some of those avenues in available media and information for my audience?
Well, you can find me on LinkedIn. So find me on LinkedIn. You'll get to read everything I write because I post there every week.
That's where I find
something.
You, and that's
so
where
find me on LinkedIn. That's probably the easiest way to keep it easy. I also am on Substack, and I'm on Substack with a newsletter called The Coach's Corner. This is where I share. You'll actually see the mutually beneficial agreement pop up from time to time because this is one of the evergreen ways to go with it. I also deal with tools, any kind of tool. I mentioned to you before the 90-second rule. I love tools. I have so many people who have worked on things who are far smarter than I am and have come up with these simple processes. And by the way, most coaches, at least in my experience, who really know their stuff, have short tools. I'm not going to give you a questionnaire that has 25 questions. You know why? I would never answer that. So I would never give that to you. I like 3, sometimes 5, as in Fred Kaufman here, but I rarely give more than 5 steps for anything I do. Part of it has to do with that's all I can remember. And I have to remember, and I want to remember these things because then when I get into a crisis, even if I'm really upset, John, I have a way to process it. And I'm going to give somebody, if you're in any type of crisis today where you're feeling stressed, whether it's in the business world or it's a weekend, so you're with family, or it's coming up on and you're listening to somebody and you're frustrated, there are 3 things you can do. The first thing is to breathe. And I don't mean to go into a corner and breathe. I mean, just take a breath. 1 breath quickly. And then to ground yourself. Find something you can pick up, whether it's a piece of paper. Now you remember, I'm right here. I am not in that person's head. I am right here. And finally, pause. Breathe, ground yourself, pause.
I'd love
now
that.
You're ready to respond. And it's so fast. You can do this in a conversation. I can do it while I'm talking to you. If something happened that really stressed me out, I can breathe, ground myself, pause, and move on. Because if I leave nothing else with you, it is this. There's so much around us that's not in our control, John. It's frustrating. So much. We listen, we go, I can't do anything. But you know what? There's a lot that's in our control. And where we have influence is everything we say and everything we do. No one takes that away from you. So remember that. Now, once you say it, once you do it, you have no control over how people receive it. 0. So this idea that I'm going to change someone, I don't coach anybody to change them. I offer. And you get to decide what you do with those nuggets. And they may work for you and they may not work for you. That's totally okay. But I always remember I'm in control of what I say and what I do. And how you receive it is completely up to you. And I respect that. Because you know what? I would hate someone to tell me, well, Lois, this is how you have to receive this message. No, I don't.
No, and you wouldn't be able to predict it. What's next for you before we lose you for the hour. What's coming up next? Is it you're going to write a book? Are you hosting any seminars, webinars?
Right now, I'm working on 2 webinars. One is on resilience, and it's an amazing one. And I'm using a lot of the tenets from Martin Seligman's Positive Psychology. And I'm also working on emotional intelligence. How aware are we in our workplace of how we're showing up and what makes us stand out differently than anyone else? So those are the 2 things I'm working on. And when I have a webinar through LinkedIn, you'll hear about it. And John, I hope to see you on it.
You bet. I know where to find you. Again, LoisMalconian.com. You'll get all that information. Man, we're going to hit this post right on the nose. You remember we did that in radio for so long.
Time.
It's 6:59, and Lois Malconian, my guest, thank you so much. It's wonderful to see you. Hopefully we'll stay in closer touch now other than just social media. Lois Malconian on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back. The newscast is coming up next with Mac Watson here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. In an interview with Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker, the Evanston, Wyoming mayor, Kent Williams, on Thursday, confirmed that the city plans to discontinue the use of its gas chamber to euthanize animals.
This decision is a huge win for animal advocates who felt that the use of a gas chamber to euthanize animals was cruel and inhumane. Now, Chief of Police Mike Vranish told Cowboy State Daily, however, he still feels that the gas chamber was a humane way to treat animals.
The move by the city of Evanston comes after a unanimous Tuesday decision by the Green River City Council to ban the use of its chamber. The Outdoors Heritage Coalition, a Montana-based sportsmen's group, and 2 legislators have filed a lawsuit against the Montana Fish and Wildlife Commission and Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that some hunters and lawmakers are saying if Montana doesn't loosen wolf hunting and trapping restrictions, the predators can't be killed fast enough to put a significant dent in the state's wolf population.
We reported previously that a lot of people balked over their proposal to up the kill quota for the hunting and trapping season this year in Montana up to 500. But now there's kind of a countersuit. 2 Montana legislators and then a sportsmen's coalition group are suing the state, saying the regulations are too restrictive and they need to be able to kill more wolves faster in order to get the population knocked down.
The lawsuit is the latest move in ongoing disputes over Montana's wolf management policies. A man accused of conspiring with his friend to kill a 23-year-old Big Piney man with a compound bow back in February agreed last week to plead guilty to a lesser charge than the one filed against him 7 months earlier. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports this means the death penalty is off the table for the 19-year-old defendant.
Prosecutor dropped his pursuit of the death penalty, so he was facing life in prison. Rather than go to trial, he struck a plea agreement last week in which the prosecutor would drop that down to the second-degree conspiracy, which is 20 to life. And the prosecutor and the defense attorney would agree on a 54 to life recommendation.
Orion Schlesinger was charged in February with conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, which is punishable by life in prison or the death penalty. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
A 60-year-old Casper man facing sentencing Thursday on child pornography and drug charges fired his attorney, then got him back, and then learned that his attempt to withdraw his guilty plea would not be granted by the judge. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the defendant, Mark Chanez, gets to spend some more time free on his $75,000 bond.
He appeared in court and challenged the representation of his attorney. He said that his attorney didn't consider that some Google Doc and some Spectrum connections show that somebody else put those child pornography photographs on his phone.
Chanez on June 18th entered a plea deal with the state where he pled guilty through an Alford plea. After a Natrona County high school senior said her First Amendment rights were potentially being infringed upon for trying to start a club affiliated with Turning Point USA, the state's top education official backed her publicly on Thursday. Cowboy State Daily's Steve Bonnell reports the superintendent of public instruction, Megan Dagenfelder, issued an official Wyoming Department of Education statement on the matter.
She told me today via email that she's confident that the local school board and school district leadership are going to handle this. So it remains to be seen how that's going to play out.
The superintendent also stated that administrators and teachers must foster environments that are safe for ideas and debate. And so far, most of Wyoming's data center announcements have revolved around Cheyenne. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports there's plans for a new data center in the state announced by a familiar company.
This data center is headed for a completely different location. This one in Casper, which is also a Prometheus hyperscale project. So Evanston and Casper are both Prometheus hyperscale. This is the third project that Prometheus has announced.
The data center will start with a minimum $500 million investment for an initial 200 megawatts, but could scale up to 1.5 gigawatts in all, with up to 600 employees. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags on a Saturday, October the 11th. It's 7:05 in the a.m. It's 50 degrees here in Sheridan, Wyoming. We have a chance of rain over much of the state today, especially west of the Continental Divide. Otherwise, partly to mostly sunny, breezy in good old Wyoming in some areas. The highs in the low 60s near 80 and lows from the mid-20s to near 50. J.D. Williams is in here. Where are you from, J.D.?
I am from Sheridan, born and raised.
Right on. We got a lifer here, ladies and gents. Thanks for joining me. J.D. Williams is in the studio, in the Bag studio here up by the high school. It's cool. Right here, I got your face covered with my call or text. I'll get it out of the way, but I do want to tell folks, you are welcome to join the program with a call or text. I'd recommend a text if you have a question for JD. JD is the youth recreation supervisor for the Sheridan Recreation District, correct?
That's right.
Did I describe it? All right, now I'll get this out of your face here. Okay, there he is. All right, now we're going to fix you. Come this way a little bit so you're not hidden by my microphone.
All right.
That's it. And if you move forward just a little bit, we're good to go. You'll be as loud as I am. Of course, I'm pretty loud, so... All right, so JD, thanks, bud, for getting up this morning and doing this with me. As I explained to you, our first conversation, I have a soft spot in my heart. First of all, for volunteerism, and for folks who contribute to the youths, as they say, my cousin Vinny. But youth programs, very important. I coached, you guys have heard this before, 16 years. Deb and I figured it out. Football, basketball, and baseball. I was involved with the FCA program in Denver for a while as well, and will be again soon here. But you are the, as I described earlier, youth recreation supervisor at the Sheridan Recreation District. So, but you're from Sheridan, a lifer, grew up here. Did you escape off to school? I mean, what's your education background? And
I did a little time at Sheridan College.
As did I.
I joined the oil and gas industry for a little while and moved to Pennsylvania, and I got homesick after about 5 years and came running back home, and I haven't left since.
Oh, we're kindred. I left in 84. My pop was the principal out of Bighorn at that time, and driving east towards Buffalo with Sheridan in my rear view, I remember saying out loud, I'll be back someday. I loved Sheridan, but my radio career was taking me other places. So, yeah. So how'd you get involved with youth sport? Did you coach? How did you get involved with the recreation district?
Well, I grew up in the Sheridan Recreation District playing sports for them. And then after coming back from my oil and gas career, I was swinging a hammer doing some construction, and I knew the former director. He offered a kind of a job as in our 6th grade program, coaching boys basketball. And then I liked it so much, I said, hey, can I coach the girls? And then I coached for I think 2 years. And then he said, hey, we've got an opening in our youth department. Why don't you apply for that? And that's kind of how I got into it.
Well, and once you get started, it's very addictive, isn't it? I have a few images here that I want to share. And again, I remind my listeners/viewers. So we're both streaming and broadcasting. Right. I believe we're at 6 stations with a couple more pending broadcasting our show here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. And then we are streaming on our website, which, by the way, as I mentioned to you, we are archiving all of our shows there. So there's folks who can catch some of the 6 o'clock hour but can't catch the 9 o'clock hour, or, one of those. And there's folks that want to share a segment of the show with somebody. It's all there on Cowboy State Daily Radio, CowboyStateDaily.com. There is a radio drop down at the top. That's info for you.
Perfect.
And our listeners. And I wanted to pop up here some of the pictures. I'm going to start with girl power. That's how you described it when you sent it to me. It's just the cutest thing. So what I have is 3 young ladies. I'm guessing between 8 and 10, and they're playing flag football.
Yep. Those are our only 3 girl flag football players this
Those
year.
are all 3 of them.
Yep. So we took a little picture of them.
They're beautiful, and
trying to get some more of the girls out to play flag football.
I love it. My coaching, I coached one girl in baseball. She was as good or better than most of the boys on that team, and I believe that was when they were like 10 or 11. So 6th grade. What? How old is that? Is that 10, 11?
That'd be your 11-year-olds, 11,
Yeah.
12-year-olds.
Okay. Well, that was her, and she was wonderful. But she's the only girl that I coached. I coached boys, primarily middle school age. So that 11, 12.
That's a tough group.
13. Yeah, boy, I tell you what. But it's a fun group too.
Yep.
And I loved it. I wouldn't take any of that back for the world, because it was just, and to this day, in fact, one of my goddaughters is the daughter of one of the players that played football and basketball for me through middle school. So I've been blessed in so many ways by volunteering, and that's one of the things I really want to talk to you about and encourage my listeners all over here in Wyoming, not just here in Sheridan, but to get involved. So your origination with the recreation district here in Sheridan, where did that begin? Because now you've kind of moved up into the management aspect of it.
Yeah, I've done pretty much everything for Sheridan Recreation. In college and late high school, I was kind of the grounds crew kind of guys doing the baseball field work, and I've umpired and I've reffed basketball. So I've done a little bit of everything there. So it's kind of just, I'd like to say I'm the longest tenured employee there right now.
Well, it's the consistency. And again, thanks, man, for volunteering and working with our youth. Get another shot up here of the kids. Open that up here so our audience can see that. There's the fellas playing flag football. So like I said, it's football season. We went to the Bighorn Rams versus Glenrock game. You met my friends out there from Glenrock, and boy, did the Rams put a whooping on the Herders last night.
That's a talented group of kids out there.
Oh,
for
my goodness. They are really tough. And so are the Bronx. Bronx had a tough one. They barely slipped by Rock Springs. But that may be a good thing that they had that game and they got tested and they still came out on top, and now they have 50 straight wins. And maybe that's a little bit of a wake-up call that they can't call it in.
I think they got a couple injuries that they're dealing with, so
they do.
They've got some younger kids that are having to fill in those spots.
Boy, the pressure, if you're one of these kids to be the team that finally loses, I'm sure they're carrying that around on their shoulders.
They don't talk about it. I know Coach Mowry doesn't address how many games straight. If you ask him, he'll say, I have no idea how many games straight we've
I had to tell him. He was on the show, and at that point they were 43. It was right before the beginning of the season, and of course I looked it up, and I think the number one in the country winning streak is like 67 now, and we're at 50, and we're number 4 ranked in the country. So I had to tell him all of that stuff because you're right. Exactly. He's focused elsewhere. We'll just put it that way. So football, love the sport, love any competition. I'll watch 2 old ladies play ping pong if it's competitive. That's just my nature. So what else? What other sports? We'll start with the fall, what we're in now. The Sheridan Recreation District that you're the youth recreation supervisor of. What sports, what activities do you offer?
Right now, we've got our 3 football leagues. We have 1st, 2nd grade flag, 3rd and 4th grade flag, and then our 5th and 6th grade tackle football. And then we have a cheer component with that. And we also have 6th grade volleyball right now for the girls. Sheridan Junior High kind of has us take some of their 6th grade programs. So we run basketball and volleyball. Coming up, we have our 4th and 5th grade basketball league. It's kind of a semi-partnership with the YMCA here. They have the 2nd and 3rd graders. We take the 4th and 5th graders. That's kind of our winter lineup right now.
Yeah, I saw the cheerleading. I got some shots here of the cheerleaders up there as well. So there's a little something for everyone here, even in the fall, which is typically football season. And so you got 2 levels of flag football and 1 level of tackle football. Obviously, you're not doing this by yourself. So let's do a shout out to anybody else on your team, even if it's some, because the expression on your face is saying, I'm handling a lot of this myself, but is there anyone else on your team that you'd like to mention and shout out to?
I definitely don't do it alone.
How about a girlfriend or a wife that's supporting you?
None of those right now.
Okay.
So in that, I am doing it on my own. But
I should have put that on my list of bullet points that I was going to ask you about your personal life. No, we can go there if you want, but I get it. So, but maybe your parents or a pal, they're giving you a high five every now and then in support.
Yep, I got my parents live in town. I have a younger sister that lives in town. So they're a big help. My future brother-in-law is actually coaching 1st and 2nd grade football for me. My sister has coached for me, and she refs for me, and my mom gym supervises sometimes. So family, if you're in a family that's in the Sheridan Rec District, you kind of get voluntold sometimes to do some stuff, but it's family's great. They're always out there helping me. So
quick funny story about my background with youth sports in Denver. So I started out with my boys playing. So Joseph, who's now an Army Ranger Commander, Airborne, 82nd Airborne Jump Master, with soccer. When he was like 4 years old. And so everybody's, I remember the pats on the back from people. Oh, it's so cool that you're volunteering to do this. And to be honest, because this is my show and I'm going to be honest, I did it because I thought the coach they had was a dope and he was terrible. And that's why I did it. Not because I'm like some super nice guy or, I'm, walking around with angel wings. I did it because I thought he was inept. And then I never left. So I took his team up into the junior high and then enjoyed it so much. So once he went to the high school after 8th grade, I handed him off to the high school in Denver area, Lakewood, Green Mountain High School. went back and started coaching, and the ones where I ended up focusing ended up being in middle school. But one of the coaches, and this is why so much of this show is I'm hoping a response will be from people, you know what, this is something that I can do too and should be doing, because I have these skills. I played some football, I played some basketball, I played some baseball, loved it, and I love kids, and so maybe I can help out in some way. I'm hoping that's one of the results of this. But anyway, we were at practice one day. This was baseball practice, and so they were like 8 years old. So this was like coach pitch. We made it past T-ball. And it was, and one of the dads in the backward goes, I have a gym. We could go to my gym. I said, you have a gym? Who are you? You're my new best friend. And it turned out, and he is one of my best friends to this day. My son is 35 years old. So you know how long ago that was if they were 8 years old. Anyway, he was a pastor of a church, and he ended up baptizing me about 3-4 years later, but he was the guy with the gym. And so of course we went in there, and then we ended up being known, football, basketball, and baseball, as that church team, but we had a gym. Anyway, this was a guy, and he ended up being my assistant coach for years, and we were a great good cop, bad cop combination. I being the bad cop, and the pastor being the good cop. We made a good team. Point being is no experience with coaching, neither one of us. We volunteered. They sent us to be trained. They hosted seminars and gave us material on how to learn, and we did it, and it became one of the biggest blessings of my life. As I mentioned, we have people part of our family now that were kids that coached. So I'm just making that point because what you do, whether you've been told this in a while or not, is so extremely important, JD. And again, this JD Williams, he is the youth recreation supervisor at the Sheridan Recreation District, here where I live. And folks that listen to me, Bags, you talk a lot about Sheridan. Well, I live here, dadgummit. And it's my show, so what are you going to do?
It's a horrible place. Don't come here.
Yeah. We're trying to selfishly keep it to ourselves, right? Okay, so let's see. When we get back from this break, this is our first commercial break. We want to talk about what sports fall under your management. We talked a little bit about that. And then I want to get into a little bit, and it's a little bit controversial. It was for me and us in Denver, is flag football, tackle football. When is it okay? When when do you think? When do others and other professionals feel like it's okay? And why maybe for somebody flag football is the right thing, and for somebody else it might be tackle football. So we'll do that when we come back. It's 7:21. It's Saturday morning. It is October the 11th. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio, the Saturday edition with your buddy Bags. We'll be back after this. Stay tuned.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind?
Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Good morning. It's your buddy Bags with J.D. Williams, Youth Recreation Supervisor here in Sheridan. And I got some hard, almost like NFL Films bumper music. Can you hear that? Yeah. I'm talking about. This guy you're sitting next to, J.D. Bags. I love football. College football first. That's, people think when you say football, they assume NFL.
I'm more of a college football guy myself.
I'm a college guy first. However, I worked for the Broncos radio network in Denver for 27 years, so I love the Broncos, and I love Josh Allen. I blame him for me being somewhat of a Bills fan now. So now I have 2 teams to watch. For a while, I didn't watch NFL football at all. I was one of those guys. And it wasn't the Broncos that brought me back because they sucked at the time. It was Josh Allen, and he went into the NFL, and I followed him, and now I'm watching Bills games and Broncos games, and that's pretty much it. But you get me on Saturday when I get done with this show, about 10:05, the college games come on.
There's never a bad college game.
There isn't. And I will sit there. I'll watch from 10 in the morning till 10 at night. I'll watch college football.
Absolutely.
Much to Deb's chagrin. You met my wife, Deb.
Absolutely.
Yeah, she is a football fan. In fact, she was the lady with the clipboard next to me all the time, because in Denver, the rules in the PAL program, Police Athletic League, was every kid had a minimum play count. And she was my minimum play count organizer. And so she'd follow me around and constantly say, hey, Joey hasn't played 10 plays yet. Jimmy hasn't played 10 plays yet. And so she would keep me in line so I would never, miss that number. But so she knows the game really well, more than most men that I know. Deb knows the game of football and baseball. Her family's a baseball family. All right. So anyway, so I'm making this point because I love football and enjoyed the coaching aspect of it. In Denver at that time, they did not offer flag football leagues. So we're talking about the late 90s into the early 2000s. It wasn't very long after I stopped coaching that they had all kinds of flag football leagues. So here in Sheridan, well, first let me tell you a little bit about the controversy. So The issue was concussions primarily, but then, of course, there's always injuries. And it was always a concern. So we were trained every year, and then sometimes multiple times in a year, the coaches were sent to clinics to be taught and retaught how to teach kids how to tackle, how to block, in order to avoid injury and, of course, head injuries being the primary focus of that. And so every practice, whenever we had tackle, we were teaching the kids, where their head should be, never lead with the top of your head, etc. And we were competing against some of the, I won't say it wasn't political. It was just a faction that said kids should not play tackle football until they were in high school. And I disagree. And here, JD, I want your opinion on my position. And I'm okay if you just go, that's BS bags. Wrong. Some kids are just naturally aggressive. The perfect sport for them may be boxing. It may be wrestling. It may be rugby. It may be football, because they're built that way. So we had a kid show up one day, and this was about 8 years old, for tackle football, and he walked onto the field with his mom, and he looked like Christopher Robin from Winnie the Pooh. I mean, literally had the bib, short pants bib. I don't even know what you call that, like a jumpsuit or whatever you want to call it. All right, you got the visual, and they had cutest little boy, 8-year-old boy you've ever seen, very cute. And the mom is like dragging him up there, and she says, "Okay, what position is he going to play?" And so I said, "Well, we're going to mess around and have fun." And so he gets jostled around a few times at practice, and this is pre-pad, so we're not in pads yet. And he's upset. He doesn't like to get touched. He doesn't like to get knocked down, doesn't want to get dirty, doesn't want to roll around in the mud. So practice ends, and the mother comes up, and she says, "Well, how did he do?" And I said, "Does he like contact? I mean, does he like, getting dirty and wrestling around with?" She goes, "No, and that's why he's here. You're going to teach him to like it, to like getting knocked down." And so I had ended up having a very heart-to-heart with her about maybe this wasn't the sport for that kid. Was that the right thing for me to do? I mean, do you recognize that sometimes, that maybe tackle football is not the right sport for a kid?
It kind of goes to all sports. I think parents should have a conversation with their kids if they actually like what they're doing. There are quite a few kids that we see that they're there because mom and dad sign them up and they have to be there. But there are kids that they hate basketball, they hate football, they don't want to do these things. They'd rather do something else. It's great. Get your kids out, make them try it, make them try everything. And then you can kind of figure out what they like. Get them away from the screen is number one. But
no doubt.
If your kid's just adverse to contact, tackle football's not.
They don't have to.
Not the game. And basketball is a contact sport. Football is a collision sport.
Well, you make a good point about the concussion issue. Let me get out of this. So statistically, at least at this time, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to fact check me, but back when I was dealing with that issue with some folks being not in favor of tackle football for young kids, and I'm talking about between the ages of like 8 and 13, pre-high school. At that time, the statistics showed that if a child rode a bike, which at that time was probably 90+% of kids, and played soccer, that the percentage of head injuries or concussion was higher than in football. Okay, so in other words, football was getting this bad rap that it was, like almost likely that your kid was going to get a head injury, and it ended up being the question: well, does your kid play soccer? Yes, they get concussions there, and does he ride his bike? And you put those numbers together, and now you've got a higher chance of your kid getting a concussion than playing football. Kids get hurt. They fall off their bike. They put their foot over the top of the soccer ball and go over backwards. They come down from a rebound with somebody underneath them playing basketball and bounce their head off the parquet. And so it does happen. And my point was with the parents who had concerns was if you have a kid, boy or girl, that's aggressive and likes contact, what are you going to do with that? Where are you going to focus that? What's your thoughts on that, JD?
There's plenty of outlets. We don't preach competitiveness in our leagues. It's a big thing that we want kids to learn.
That was one of my questions.
Winning and losing is important. It's important in your life to learn how to lose. You're probably going to do more of it than you are winning, honestly. Mm-hmm. But any sport with kids that are quote unquote aggressive or competitive, put them in something. They'll be competitive at whatever they try and do. If you put them in front of a board game, they're going to be competitive. So find an outlet for them, figure out what they like, and just put them in front of everything. Kind of the shotgun approach. Just throw everything at them, and then whatever they pick up is what they pick up.
There was a push to not keep score with some leagues. It wasn't the ones that I was involved in. We kept score. And they had a competitive coach, and I want to get into that too about dealing with guys like me. I don't think I ever was over the top, but some of us are when it comes to coaching and parenting, that competitiveness. But is the idea that these kids are not keeping score. When I was talking to coaches who were in those leagues where they didn't keep score, and this was in basketball and in baseball and football, other sports where they weren't keeping score. And the coaches were telling me that the kids would come out and they would be talking to each other and saying, here's the score. So I think again, there's listeners out there going, oh, geez, Bags, you're no child psychologist. I think instinctively that we're born, some of us are born with that innate instinct to compete. And these kids are, and they were keeping score, whether the coach or the referees or the scorekeeper was keeping score or not.
We don't keep score in our flag football leagues, but make no mistake, the kids are keeping score. Yep. They might not know that a touchdown's worth 6 points, so they might think it's 3-0, but they are keeping score. And there's kids out there that do watch. I have a friend who has a first grader, and that kid knows the score of the game. He knows exactly how many points should be on the board, but and you get some kids that are like, I have no idea what's going on. I'm just out here having a good time. But the kids are keeping score even if we're not. It's still a competitive environment, even in that first and second grade. The kids want to win, they try and win, and they're kind of upset if their team's not doing well.
So back to the question of tackle football. When do you think is it any level of controversy as it was for us in the Denver area of when to start tackle football?
I wouldn't paint myself as an expert on that. We start at 5th grade. We think that's perfect to get them introduced to it. I do talk to Coach Mowry about it quite often. And he said, what you're doing works. I don't think we need to go any younger. Our 1st and 2nd graders are just learning football. Yeah. Our 3rd and 4th grade flag football league is probably one of our more exciting leagues to watch. The kids know how to play. Yeah. They throw the ball around, and then they jump up into that 5th grade. It's like starting over again. They're figuring out all their pads and how to get hit and stuff like that. I think that we're doing it right. That doesn't mean that that's the gospel on that, but I wouldn't want to go any earlier. We try and take as much collision out of the game as possible practice. Football's kind of a violent sport.
Yep.
Injuries are going to happen with it. So we try and take as much of that away as possible. But I think 5th grade, they're just starting to become young people and develop. Any younger than that, I can't imagine a 2nd grader putting a helmet on. They'd look like a bobblehead, number one. I don't even think they could hold the helmet up.
I've seen it. And, I've also seen to agree, it's the worst part of coaching tackle football. When a kid was 8, 9 years old, I right in front of me watched an elbow dislocate, 2 feet in front of me from a tackle as he was coming towards the sideline. And to this day, I'm 64 years old. That probably happened when I was 34. I still see it in my mind's eye. So we're, always concerned. But then again, if you're a parent and you're watching your kid go out the door on his bike, and you put it in God's hands in a lot of situations.
It's kind of with, using the bike and the soccer example for concussions and stuff like that. Every kid has a bike, so there's a bigger number of kids doing that.
Right.
So you're going to see the statistics rise on injuries from bikes. Soccer's huge. There's a lot of kids playing soccer, but there's also no protective equipment. So
Right.
That's why you're seeing some of the concussion stuff, and your head is part of the game in soccer, where football, we're trying to remove the head from the game.
Exactly.
And we've got all the protective equipment for you. So it might be a little bit skewed, but sports are inherently dangerous.
There's the balance on that scale of the good versus the bad. I don't even think it's close. Even with some bad coaching, even with some of the parent issues, even with injuries, even with the cost, et cetera, I am completely biased on the side that this is a good place for a kid to be and a good place for him to learn life lessons. Anyway, so let's do our last break together, and I want to talk about parent involvement and getting people to volunteer, what they can do. And we'll also talk about, the negative aspect of parent involvement too. Because, we're just chatting here, JD, and there's a lot to talk about. It's a big responsibility, what you have, but it's also very, very satisfying, I can imagine. But again, thanks for being there for our kids here. That's JD Williams here in the Bag Studio in Sheridan, Wyoming. We're talking about youth sports, and we'll be back. It's 7:41. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
You talk to... In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know, from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now, that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Hey, it's Cowboy State Daily Radio. Good morning. Welcome back. It's your buddy Bags with J.D. Williams in the studio with us. We're talking about youth sports. Right now we're into the football aspect of it. And before we get on to parent involving, I wanted to circle back a little bit on the things that you guys are doing with preventing injury and particularly preventing concussions, technology and science that's behind all this. So what do you guys do?
Kind of the first thing that we're doing with our tackle football program is we have a great community partner, Sheridan Physical Therapy. They have a thing called impact testing. We offer it to every single kid. We get about 90% of the kids to do it. It is voluntary. They go down, they do a pre-concussion scan. It doesn't say whether, yes, I've had a concussion or no, I don't have a concussion. It gives them a baseline. And then if something happens during one of our games, that kid can go back for free and get checked out and be advised if they've had a concussion, how much time they should take off. So that's kind of number one. We do an equipment checkout day, and we take fitting our equipment to kids very seriously. Putting the right helmet on a kid is very important to us, making sure it fits. I do that. We do that on a Saturday with the whole team. And then probably the next 2 weeks, I am changing things out because kids are like, this doesn't fit right. So we really work to get the right thing on your kid. And then any one of our staff members, including our officials, if something happens in the game, they have the right to pull a kid out of the game to give them a second, check them out. Coaches cannot argue that. It is player safety. We have rules in our game. We don't do kickoffs. We have, rules in place that minimize some of the excessive contact.
And let me jump in there, folks, because we just saw the rule changes in the NFL on their kickoff process now, which I like. I'm one of those guys, old school. I don't like any changes. Tradition, but I like the NFL's kickoff format, and the reason why is what you just described. Is they've shortened the distance that full field run at somebody and then that collision. So that's why you've taken the punt and is the punt still in at this age?
Okay, we still have a punt,
but no
it's
kickoff.
A little modified, but so the punter receives the ball. No one can move until he kicks the ball. So at that point, then the kids can run down. I don't see a lot of collisions with that. And honestly, watching kids play tackle football makes me incredibly nervous.
Me too.
It is one of the worst things to supervise because you're kind of waiting for something to go down. But in the 7 years I've done this, we've had a couple broken bones. We get one or two concussions.
Knocking on wood. What do we got in here?
We'll
just lift it up in prayer.
We get one or two concussions a year. Serious ones. I've pulled kids from games and had them go get checked out the next day, and they've said, actually, they're fine. But we err on the side of caution. Our officials, they care. I have my friend Eric. He refs for me, and his kid was in our program, and he's coached in the program, so it's important to him.
So the kickoff, again, taken out because of that running start and those big collisions that happen on plays like that, and that's just one of the ways of doing it. And so, again, for folks who watch professional football, you see that they now do a short kick, and there's a shorter run at each other for that exact same reason. Now, last night, as Bighorn pounded Glenrock, sorry, herders, I don't know what to tell you, but Bighorn is loaded. And anyway, but one of the kids that plays for Glenrock is very much a family friend. The grandchildren of some very good friends of our grandchild of good friends of ours, who you met because they were here. They stayed with us since it was a game in Bighorn. And by design, when we were talking to him at the end of the game, he was standing there with in pads and with his helmet. I took the helmet out of his hands so that I could, because I see it on TV, and I'm not coaching anymore. I'm not around it, but I see the helmets, the technology, that there are places where that helmet is flexible in at least 3 places that I can see, maybe 4. I don't remember if there was one of those places. So now when you're watching college or pro football and you see the helmets and you see what looks like an outline, a line, what that is an area of the helmet that now has some give. So it's not just a sudden impact on a plastic object. It is there's some flex there. That's part of the technology, isn't it, to prevent concussion?
Right. We're not quite have those. Our helmets, so Virginia Tech rates football helmets. All of ours are rated 5-star. They're pretty serious about their concussion mitigation stuff at Virginia Tech. They rate all the football helmets. And if you get a football helmet from us, you're getting something that is almost brand new out of the box every year. That's kind of a big thing that I wanted to do when I first started. Was I remember being a kid, and sometimes you get some helmets that the padding was cracked in the inside, and it
that pressure on your forehead.
It looked like it had spent some time
Yeah.
to get all of our protective equipment replaced. And I'm about there with everything, all the way down to our baseball program, new batting helmets, new catcher's gear, stuff like that. Those are the most important things. We can let some of the uniform stuff slip a little bit if we can get the protective equipment.
Is there any new technology with cups yet? Is that I'm kidding.
We don't deal with that.
I'm joking, because I played catcher all the way from Little League through Legion and high school ball. So I know of which I speak. But I had one more. Oh, I was just going to mention, too. I mean, I'm so old. I mentioned I had our helmets when I was playing Little League football. Pop Warner was called in those days. It was the shell, and it was kind of like the one mask. Everybody had the same mask, and it was a harness. So there was canvas straps that hooked onto a little piece of foam rubber. And that was the protection you had back in the day. So we've come a long way, baby, for sure. But thanks for sharing that a little bit, especially with our parents and those who are considering putting their child in tackle football. Absolutely, flag. I played flag football as an adult all the way from my 30s, my 20s, all the way up to 40 some years old in a flag football league. It's a blast. It's a great sport. Plus, oh man, where's the gals? There are some girls playing flag football. There we go. Here we go. Come on. There they are. The 3 ladies playing flag football. We got a Hawkeye and 2 Rams right there. So the girls can play flag football, and boy, they'll end up loving the game because it's a great game. We talked about some of the downside to it, but never forget, I think it's the greatest game of all because of that combination of the physicality with strategy, athleticism, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, there's the gals can get involved too. You said there's only a few right now, but maybe there's some out there listening.
We want more.
Come on, ladies.
We want to. One of my things is I want a girls' league in flag football.
Awesome.
My niece played high school flag football in Florida, and it was a varsity sport down there.
Yeah.
Schools are adding it. Colleges are even adding it. She had a scholarship to go play. She chose a different route, but she's playing intramural
I have
football.
2 nieces that play rugby
Yep.
in Wisconsin. So they get it. They like the physicality, as your buddy Baggs is calling it.
Especially at that 3rd and 4th grade level, some of those girls are
bigger, stronger, better than the boys.
Especially that little girl in the middle. She can ball.
She can play. Love it. All right, real quickly, we only got about 6-7 minutes left, and this is such an important part of the whole youth sports program is parent involvement. And so I want to start out with the positive aspects of it and highly recommend, again, we talked earlier about getting involved in the way, let's say you played high school ball and or a little bit of college ball and or in the NFL or something, but this is something that you're good at.
Have one of those.
Yeah, is that right?
That's right.
Uh-oh. Right on. I want to meet that guy. But anyway, so this is something you're good at, and we need volunteers. We need good men and women. And I'm not just talking about football now. I'm opening it up to all sports and even cheerleading and or tumbling or any of that. If you have any of those skills and or at least you're willing to learn, as Uncle Sam would say, we need you.
Absolutely. We always need coaches. We always need officials. Now, you're not volunteering for us as an official. We will pay you.
Yeah.
It is a tough job, and
really
we don't expect people to volunteer for that. Coaching, we've got everyone from a former NFL player to dad who's like, you just needed somebody. We can help you. We'll put together practice plans. We'll teach you the things. We'll put
Awesome.
Coach Mowry's great. He's worked with our coaches in the past, teaching them tackling or the drills they can do. He's a reachable person.
He is.
He's great with our football program.
He was here, sit where you're sitting. Had him on right before the season started. He was very honest about what was expectations and so forth. But he's very accessible. And part of what we do here, part of what I did, where I coached, was I was preparing these middle schoolers for high school football. And so I would adapted the local high schools' offensive, defensive schemes, and in some cases they provided playbooks. But I always brought these coaches where my kids were probably going to end up going to practices, and many times they were very cooperative and wanted to participate, especially if they saw the future of their program when the kids were 12, 13, 14 years old.
Yep. Coach Mowry's made his practices open for our kids to come up and watch as a team in the past, and he's given his phone number out to coaches. I know one of our coaches usually calls him once a year about stuff and really tries to implement. He doesn't get into the X's and O's about what they do as a playbook, and his son played a couple years ago in our league, and people always want to ask him, what do you think of this? What do you think of that? He's like, when they get to me, they get to me.
Well, his credibility isn't bad. 50 straight wins, 4 straight state championships. Yeah, not bad. Anyway, before we get too far along here, only got a few minutes left here on Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday with J.D. Williams, and parents that kind of take it too far. That happens. I'll just say that where I was last night, there was, disagreement with some calls and what the coaches were doing and so forth. What advice would you get to parents? Because I am a competitive person and I'm half Italian, so, I got a little bit of, gumption. What would you say to parents regarding their behavior and how they can help their kid involved in youth sports?
Overall, our parents are great. It is a competitive environment. Things get exciting. People get loud. Our football officials are all adult men, and so they can take a little bit. No argument with an official has ever made them change their call.
Ever.
And especially I've ref some tackle football. That is the hardest thing I've ever had to officiate. There's a lot going on. Basketball, I'm a little better at that. Baseball, I'm a little better at that. But some of our other programs, our youth basketball, that's officiated by college kids and some high school kids. And I've talked to the state officials and what they think. I would just encourage parents to remember that if you have a kid playing, your kid might grow up to be one of my officials, and would you want your child treated that way by an adult?
My son, my oldest son, the one that's currently serving at Fort Bragg, that was one of his high school jobs. He was an official, football and basketball, and made a decent. He would get and baseball. He was an umpire too, and which was the toughest. He got a lot of, because calling balls and strikes, it's everybody's got their where they're sitting. They look like a strike to me.
Everyone's an expert until they put the mask on and sit behind a 12-year-old catcher.
Well, and now I'd come to show up there where my son was reffing or umping, and I couldn't handle somebody ripping into him. So anyway, just you got to keep in mind, these are not professionals. There are no, and as far as the coaching, there's not one Vince Lombardi out there. There's some good coaches and then some who aren't as good, but gosh darn it, they are volunteering their time. And if you don't like the way they're doing it, like I said earlier about my kid, when he was 4 years old playing soccer, I thought I could do it better, so I volunteered, and then I never stopped. Hey, dude, I can't believe we're out of time. I told you when we were talking about this, it's going to go quickly because there's so much more. They can get a hold of you. The website is SheridanRecreation.com. That's how I got a hold of you, so you can't hide. Anyway,
I'm out there.
J.D. Williams is there, and he will answer questions. If you want to get involved, we need you. So thank you, my friend.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've got to run and hit this newscast at the top of the hour. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's your buddy Bags. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A 60-year-old Casper man facing sentencing Thursday on child pornography and drug charges fired his attorney, then got him back, and then learned that his attempt to withdraw his guilty plea would not be granted by the judge. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the defendant, Mark Chanez, gets to spend some more time free on his $75,000 bond.
He was supposed to be sentenced, but he filed a motion to withdraw his guilty plea. He's charged with 6 counts of child porn. He apparently wanted to extend his time. He's on bond. He's on a $75,000 bond. He appeared in court and challenged the representation of his attorney. He said that his attorney didn't consider that some Google Doc and some Spectrum connections show that somebody else put those child pornography photographs and videos on his phone.
The judge said that Chanez's attempt to withdraw his plea came late in court proceedings. Chanez on June 18th entered a plea deal with the state where he pled guilty through an Alford plea, which allows defendants to admit guilt to charges while maintaining they are innocent of the crimes. The Wyoming Supreme Court on Tuesday denied the state's request to overrule a lower court and let a new school choice scholarship program go into effect, at least while the case against it is ongoing. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the program, for now, is put on hold.
This school choice scholarship program is paused during Wyoming Education Association's constitutionality challenge against it. And the high court, with not really any explanation, which is common, they're fairly terse orders, said, no, we're not going to undo the pause during the case.
The program, scheduled to have begun July 1st, would have allocated up to $7,000 per year per child to qualifying families on a first-come, first-served basis to spend on approved private school and homeschool programs. Hunters who spend extended amounts of time in the woods often take their haircut business with them. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports some Wyoming barbers welcome the break and then look forward to getting much furrier customers back at the close of the hunting season.
A lot of barbers see a lull during hunting season when most of their male clients go away, seclude themselves in the wilderness, and seek different kinds of animals. Now, when they return after this period of time, these men have gotten incredibly hairy and they need haircuts to be presentable to their families.
One barber told Cowboy State Daily that at the end of the hunting season, he sees his clients return with full beards and long hair, and these cuts are often not as fun due to the excessive hair growth. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
So far, most of Wyoming's data center announcements have revolved around the city of Cheyenne. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports there's plans for a new data center in the state announced by a familiar company.
This data center is headed for a completely different location. Casper has not gotten as much traction in the data center area. This will be the first major data center to announce for Casper. This one in Casper, which is also a Prometheus hyperscale project. So Evanston and Casper are both Prometheus hyperscale. This is the third project that Prometheus has announced.
The data center will start with a minimum $500 million investment for an initial 200 megawatts, but could scale up to 1.5 gigawatts in all with up to 600 employees. And the Outdoors Heritage Coalition, a Montana-based sportsmen's group, and 2 legislators have filed a lawsuit against the Montana Fish and Wildlife Commission, as well as Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that some hunters and lawmakers are saying that if Montana doesn't loosen wolf hunting and trapping restrictions, the predators can't be killed fast enough to put a significant dent in the state's wolf population.
We reported previously that a lot of people balked over their proposal to up the kill quota for the hunting and trapping season this year. An actual lawsuit has come out. 2 Montana legislators and then a sportsman's coalition group up there are suing the state, saying the regulations are too restrictive and they need to be able to kill more wolves faster in order to get the population knocked down.
The lawsuit is the latest move in ongoing disputes over Montana's wolf management policies. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, walked all over Mac Watson with that music, bumper music right there. Yeah. Good morning and welcome to Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's your buddy Bags. Here in Sheridan, Wyoming, it's 8:05 on Saturday, October the 11th. I'm going to jump in the Zoom room here. Got a couple of folks, the dynamic duo standing by. You guys will hang on a second here. I'm going to do a quick weather check for Wyoming. Okay. Really quickly, Wyoming's weather. Don Day, Wyoming's weatherman, says a chance of rain in much of Wyoming on Saturday, especially west of the Continental Divide. Otherwise, partly to mostly sunny, breezy. Can you imagine that, you guys? Breezy in Wyoming? Huh? Of course, you're in Nebraska, and we know why. Never mind. That old joke about why the wind blows in Wyoming and Colorado. I'll let you off the hook on that one. Anyway, highs from the 60s to near 80 and lows from the mid-20s to near 50. That's Wyoming, right? If you're in the high country, it's going to get cool on you. All right. Where to start? Yeah, you mentioned dynamic duo. It's kind of a 2-pronged feature this morning. First of all, how are you guys? And welcome to Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Thank you for having us. We are great.
Betcha.
Yeah. Hi, Bags.
How are you? We're old friends from our iHeart, Clear Channel, even J-Core days. That's how old.
We go way back.
Holy smokes. But Roger and I worked together, and then because he brought this beautiful woman into his life, we found out who Deb Nab was. It's very complicated. I have a question. This is terrible. This is my lack of research. Are you guys married?
Yes. Yeah, we've been married for 15 years.
That's what I thought. But the Roger King, Deb Nab, I wanted to be careful if I made any marriage jokes. Well, I didn't marry him for that very reason.
No, you know what? She had already kind of developed her name and her career. And it was like, who am I to, because everyone knew her as Deb Nab. It's like Deb Nab. It's like Deb King. It's like, it just didn't work. It's like keep Deb Nab. We're married.
And I
I'm
asked
fine with
him, I said, does it bother you? And he said, no, not at all.
It doesn't.
I'm like, okay.
And it
I
doesn't
still say
bother
Deb
me.
Nab.
Yeah, it doesn't bother me either, but I wasn't sure. I was like, I think they are. Anyway, but so here's what I was thinking about doing. First of all, Roger, I was going to start with you. And then I wanted to actually almost switch topics and talk with the Mutt Master herself about what she does with animals. But Roger, the reason we know each other, you were for centuries imaging, production, on-air talent, characters. You did like the full gambit on the programming side of radio. So where are you from, and where did you get your radio start?
Man, I always wanted to be in radio. My dad got me a transistor radio, and I used to ride a unicycle, and I would carry my transistor, and I would listen back and forth to school. I always wanted to be on the radio. And then I went to Arizona State University, went to, it's now called the Walter Cronkite School of Broadcasting, but it was just the broadcasting school then.
Little credibility.
And I got an internship at a rock station called KDKB, Rocks, Arizona.
Yes.
And then I went to Dallas. I did mornings in Dallas. I was in Atlanta. I worked at Z93. And then I moved to Denver, or I lived in LA. I worked on the Greaseman show.
Some of this I knew, and some of it is news to me.
And then I went to Denver, and I worked. I was helping with the morning show, like you did. You did character voices. I did Bill Clinton back when he was president. I talked about Bill Clinton. I would call in. I was the stoner dude. I was like Craven Moorhead, like, dude,
yeah,
come on.
That I remember.
I'm a fifth year senior, my sophomore year, working in cannabis.
Yeah, well, I did the gay bird caller, Francis.
You were Mr. Francis. You were so funny.
I can't do without wetting my lips with the bird calls, but
oh, that's right.
So yeah, we did that kind of stuff together. If you worked at the radio station, remember even Jack Lambiot, he was an engineer. I mean, they're usually the nerds, right? He's one of the funniest guys. I've had him on the show, and
he can sing.
And he can sing. He's a lead singer. So he didn't fit any of the technical engineer stereotypes. But the point is if you worked there, you were going to be part of the show. Everybody was. But I want to say this as far as your talent. What happened? You remember when I transitioned into sales?
Mm-hmm.
Every single time I got a client or a prospect, where was the first place? This is a test. Where was the first place I'd take them to when I brought them to the radio station?
You come through my studio because it was an entertaining experience.
You bet your ass. I'd bring them in there because you'd be working on some cool, fun, interesting sound effects, music beds, boom, bing, bing, boom, so that we could turn people on to radio. And this is where it was at. And you were in the factory floor, I guess is what I'd call your production studio.
Right. My production studio I always welcomed anybody who came in, and I would use them. I'd say, hey, get on that microphone and say 1035 the Fox, or whatever they were talking about. Let's go Broncos, or yeah.
And I said, and not everybody's that way. They're really we'd be lying to each other if we didn't say that there was a wall, and then there was some barbed wire, and then there was some razor wire, and then there was some crushed glass sometimes between programming and sales. And I kind of made that leap over it. But you didn't have that disposition. I think you saw the reality of where the paychecks came from with salespeople. So you were very patient, and I'm going to thank you probably for the first time ever, with all the times that we did that together, you and I, for decades. And we made a lot of money for the company because of
we
that.
did.
Because people would walk out of there with a big old grin on their face, and usually with an MP3 or something of them doing radio. So anyway,
Well,
thanks, brother.
I started out in writing copy. I started in news department, and then the first radio commercial I ever wrote ended up winning an Addy Award. And so I realized, like, well, you know what? Maybe news isn't my forte. Maybe it's marketing and advertising. So I've written hundreds and hundreds and thousands of promos and talked to many clients. I understand the sales part, and it's so important that the sales and the programming get along. It's really imperative. So I always welcome people when they came into my studio.
Well, as wonderful as your past is, that's kind of what you're doing exclusively or mostly. I do want to talk about your Roger King bits too, but you're what has been termed as a digital creator. What is that?
So you know what, when I got let go at iHeart, I had to recreate myself.
They did it again recently. Did you hear that?
What did?
A bunch of people got let go recently.
Again?
Yeah, very, very recently.
Well, sorry, I've been there.
Me too. Okay, go ahead. Just a little news item for you from the media world here. I'm in northern Wyoming now, right at the border with Montana, and you're in southwest. Where are you in Nebraska?
We're south of Lincoln, about 20 minutes in the sort of middle of cornfields, but we got a nice house, and we have 11 rescue dogs and 3 rescue cats. And that's why everyone comes over to our house and they go like, wow, it is so quiet. As you can hear, I'll show you. There are dogs
pretty tame at the moment, but
it's pretty tame. It does get crazy.
Well, we didn't just leave Wyoming. We hauled ass. Denver just outgrew me. There's no other way to describe it for me. But for you, how did you end up in southeastern Nebraska?
So when I left radio, I did what was natural for me. Growing up, for people's wedding gifts, I would shoot their wedding video, or graduations, or somebody's birthday. I would put together a montage of music. And then my marketing background, with having written so many commercials, it's just really natural to go into digital marketing. It's kind of the same thing: Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. It's all the same, only there's visuals now. And so it was very natural for me, because I understood the importance of a hook and how to service the client, the importance of presenting value.
Something they're going to remember about you.
Something they're going to remember. Things that make you memorable and real. People are dealing with AI now. AI is fantastic. It's a great tool. But the difference between you and AI is you are a person. And when you share your heart, your soul, you solve people's problems, you tell stories, AI can't do that. And you can't match that. So I encourage, I work with a lot of clients, and I teach them how to do videos, and I produce videos. Like I was saying, I did wedding videos for family members. So I've been doing this for a long, long time. And my mom always said, a gift of thyself is more important. So when you give a little something of yourself, and you share your emotions, it really makes a difference. And people remember. That's how you get to grow and know and like and trust. And business is all about trust. Do I trust that guy? I like him. I see him. But do I trust them? And when you're on the radio, or when you're on video, when you show who you are, when you get in front of the camera and you share, this is how we make our pizza. You got a pizza joint. This is how we make the sauce. Come on in. We're family-owned business. We make the best homemade spaghetti, and it's our mozzarella that makes the difference. And you show mama in the kitchen, and you share that experience.
You help them identify what that is about their company that may separate them from the pack. That you do that extremely well.
Thank
Roger.
you.
And
Yeah.
then you usually make fun of it, from my recollection, because you're a very funny man. I think if in another life you were a stand-up comedian, because you make me laugh, always have, and I'm not the only one. What if somebody's listening that they need this kind of help with, branding and marketing their business? How would they get a hold of you?
Well, I still do comedy bits with Wise Brother Media, and I post them on my website. So it's it's a podcast, but it's really just one bit a day.
Right.
So whenever I contribute to there, you can get it on rogerkingbits.com. I also do a lot of blog posts that help you with your social media marketing and your video production.
Right on, brother. Well, hey, believe it or not, I got a post to hit. Remember that? It's radio. This is interesting. I think you'll find with multimedia here. So we're broadcasting on, I think we're at 6 stations in Wyoming right now, with a couple more pending, or maybe they pulled the trigger this week and I haven't heard yet. So that's growing on that side. Then we are streaming, obviously. Our website carries it also with archives. So all my shows, if you want to really see some bad, technically produced radio, go all the way back to my first show in March. Watch, because remember, your buddy Bags in radio for 44 years. This is the first time people can see me. And this is the first time that I am in control, and everything's done with this mouse. So the people who can see you both in the Zoom room, I've got the cursor going around Deb's head and now around your head. But it was at the beginning, I was hitting the wrong buttons. I knocked us off the air. I cut off callers. You'll appreciate it better, and then you'll watch me go into a panic mode. But it's multimedia, because we're also Cowboy State Daily. We have a 98,000 plus subscription subscribers to the online. We call it a newspaper. Some people call it a newsletter. We have a staff of 10, 12 reporters, lifestyles, hard news, sports, all of that. And so it's like the newfangled multimedia operation. We do the newscast, top of the hour newscast for 24 Wyoming radio stations. And and we're getting ready. It's, maybe one of these days we're going to expand into Colorado a little bit. But Cowboy State Daily, started by a guy that I did morning radio with in Cheyenne in the mid-'80s. When I left in 88, 89 to Denver, he ended up in Washington, D.C. as like the press secretary for Dick Cheney. And he went like totally legit as I went into like Francis on the Fox. So anyway, but he started this whole operation. So that's how I ended up here. He said, Bags, are you retired or what? I said, well, kind of. I would like to be. And he offered me this Saturday show, and I'm having a ball. I'm doing what I want and talking to people I like, who I think are interesting and funny. There's your backhanded compliment. It's 8:21, and we're going to do this commercial break. We're going to come back, and we're going to talk to the lady in the picture with that annoying Nebraska Cornhuskers shirt on. We'll deal with that, but that beautiful puppy too. So it kind of offsets. We'll be back after this. It's 8:21. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's your buddy Bags here in Sheridan, Wyoming, and we're going to be in a little town in Nebraska, southwest of Lincoln, Nebraska, here in just a bit with Deb Nab. She is the Mutt Master. Yes, I got that right. Mutt Master joining us. We're going to talk about our pets, our dogs. And she's an expert, and I have lots of questions for her. We'll be back after this on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping, maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Yeah, I couldn't decide which music bed I wanted, so I played them both. Pretend like that was on purpose. Into the Zoom room with your buddy Bags. Hi, Deb.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Did you boot Roger out?
No, he's right here.
Oh. We're getting ready
So don't talk about him.
Yeah, I was just getting ready to lay some smack talk about Roger.
Well, I have to ask you, do you know how we met?
I don't think so. Maybe I do. Maybe I'll hear the story, but let's hear it.
It kind of just makes this whole story very fairy tale-ish. Roger had rescued a dog out of the shelter, and this dog had been returned 3 different times due to severe separation anxiety. And Roger figured out after watching her on film one day after he had gone to work how bad it really was. And somebody had said, you need to hire this gal. Her name is Deb Nab. And so he found me and he hired me personally. So we worked together one-on-one. And this dog her name was Sierra, had the worst case I'd ever seen. But I told him that day, after working with her and getting to know how dedicated he was to not returning her, and he was going to be the one that made the difference. And I saw how much care and time and effort he put into all of the homework that I would give him. And through that experience, we got to know each other as friends. I got to know about his family. I got to know just him. And of course, just like you, oh my gosh, the guy made me laugh more than anything. And then over time, we just sort of
hanging out.
You know, cow cow.
and you stuck it out, and you persevered with him. So amen to that. But
Easy to do, yes.
Well, just easy to start off with how much our dogs. Waylon, he gets to stay. Usually I kick him out of the studio. Come here. This segment, you get to be part of the show. Hop up. And he is about a little under 100-pound lab. And he's trained to hunt. He's a bird, pheasants, chuckers, and quail, and he's a great hunting dog. He's a flusher. Our last lab, so he's our 5th lab. Our last lab was actually a pointing lab, which is a pretty big deal in the hunting circles. Waylon certainly is not. He's more of an Abrams tank hunting dog. He moves through the woods, with purpose. He's not very graceful, but he has a lot of heart, and he's wonderful. But as I said, he's our 5th as a married couple, 5th lab. We've had all labs. We've just kind of leaned that way. The first one was trained very well, and then the next 2 came along with our children, and they were very poorly trained. So I think I'm the perfect host for this segment because I work with and done the right things, I think, and then some of the very, very wrong things as well. So, but your handle is the Mutt Master.
Yes.
And in fact, hang on. You don't have to hang on, but I've got a shot of you with a cool hat. Let's see. Where is it at here? Okay. You can't see it, but we can. Oh, yeah, there it is. There she is. Mutt Master. Oh, it's like I think that's a Mastiff. A massive dog with a giant tongue.
Oh, Floydie.
Floydie?
Well, is he brown or is he black?
I think brown would be more the description.
Okay, that's Floydie.
Brindle.
He is a Mastiff that we rescued.
Oh, my goodness.
He was one of the ones that came out to Nebraska for a while.
Wow. That's awesome. And the quick question, where did Mutt Master come from?
Okay, that's funny. After I left PetSmart, I was working as the senior area trainer. So my job was to train and certify all the trainers that would go through the program. And then this guy proposed, and we were trying to figure out what I wanted to do next. And he said, why don't you start a radio show? And I said, well, I don't know what it would be about. And he goes, well, a dog matched us together. Why don't you come up with a name that is about how to perfectly match a dog in need, a dog that needs a home, and help match them with the right family, and vice versa. If it's somebody who's looking for a dog, how to choose a dog wisely based on their life experience, their home environment, their schedules, their knowledge. And so I said, okay, the Mutt Matcher. It started as Matcher.
Could do a little Fiddler on the Roof with that,
And so after
Mutt Matcher. Yeah. Right.
Exactly.
Okay.
But there were too many people over time that would say, what's a Mutt Matcher? Is that like a dating site for dogs?
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, this isn't working for where I want to go. So I said, well, what's close? And I said, Mutt Master, but I don't want it to be in the terms of master, the master. I want it to be more of a Zen master.
Ah, more like the TV show Kung Fu.
Kind of, yes. But just from
Kwai Chang's master, whatever that guy is. Roger would know who that is. Who was that?
If you can grab the grasshopper from my hand,
you may leave.
Leave.
Yes. Good. We're on the same page. All right. That kind of master, which is a good, kind, gentle master. I mean, we're on the same page.
So basically, that's where the name came from.
I love it. I mean, again, he's the branding, marketing guy. Pretty good, I would say.
Yes.
I think you chose well. It's a lot of fun. And I don't know how long it'll take for that Muttmaster hat to get to my house, but it's kind of rural here, so it might take a little while. But hey, Deb, what makes you a dog behavior expert?
So, first of all, I was raised around labs and boxers as a child. My grandfather was a Labrador breeder. He was a hunter. And then we also had boxers growing up. So I was one of those children who would bring every animal home and try to hide them from my mom. And eventually, what I started to realize just from boredom is I tended to gravitate to the animals. And with my dog Josie, I started to, when I was bored, teach her tricks, see what she could do. And as a child, you don't have those limitations in your head about what you should or shouldn't do. It's too much for them to learn. And anything I brought to the table for her to learn, whether it was jumping through an inner tube that was kind of in between those short hallways, she could do. And I kept just finding myself coming up and creating more and more things for her to do. But on the other side of it, when I had a bad night, if I was scared, if my thoughts were swirling and I couldn't settle my mind down, my dog was where I would go. I would sneak into my parents' bedroom and I would find myself laying right next to my dog. There was safety there. There was comfort there. And that's where you get into the unconditional love part.
Yeah.
And so as a child, I got to see that in a non-tainted adult, just childlike way.
So did that kind of shape or, your style of dog training? Does it come from that, very intimate relationship you had with your dog growing up?
You can say that for sure. I shadowed a lot of different people that were considered, knew more than I did. What I kept walking away with from those experiences was I was disenchanted. I found myself not happy and I didn't feel good inside when it came to the heavy-handed trainers, the trainers who would use harm, fear, pain, those devices and those techniques that took away, and you see it, a part of their soul, a part of what makes dogs so amazing. And so each little journey was getting me to the point of going, but who do I want to be? So I took little pieces that I learned, but wanted to make it my own. And how to help people understand that when you look into the soul, when you look into the eyes of these beautiful beings and see what they're capable of, and know that they were put on this planet for nothing but love and joy and help. I mean, look at what they do. They're service dogs, they're therapy dogs. They help us in the military. They are here for us. And so what I learned as I adopted and rescued more and more dogs was it gave me an opportunity to see them as individuals first. I'm getting to know their breed, their mixes, their temperaments, their personalities. A lot of people don't know when I ask, what's the difference? Do you know the difference between a dog's personality and a dog's temperament?
Yes.
And most people have no idea what the difference is.
I'm like, I can relate.
Personality, what?
I mean, I can relate because just my last two dogs, both well-trained bird dogs. Angus, who passed away at just under 14 years of age, beautiful, very stealthy, very serious pointing lab, was not all that super affectionate. He was affectionate. That's why we love labs, because they have to transition very quickly from hunting dogs to lap dogs at our house.
Yeah.
And Angus was Waylon's mentor. They're completely different animals. As I said, Angus is focused. He likes the love-ins and all that, but he doesn't need it all the time. Waylon needs it all the time. And he when he's out hunting, he's focused. But when we get home, he's looking for a lap. He's looking to get pet, and he's looking to be the family dog, no longer the hunter. Completely different personality than Angus, and they're both Labradors. Of course, one was 75 pounds, the other's 100 pounds. But so I completely understand what you're saying. So the point is you probably, maybe, as a trainer, you can't train all the labs the same. You can't train all the Springer Spaniels the same. They're individuals.
Think of it like, do you have brothers and sisters?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'm one of 6.
Even though you came from the same mom and dad, or at least most people do, right? You're so different, right? And that's when I opened up my dog daycare in California. I ran it for 7 years. And I would say that was one of my biggest educations about learning about dogs and temperaments and personalities, and a lot about body language and calming signals, is observing them and getting to know each of them as individuals, as opposed to putting them all in this box. Well, every lab is the same, every Cavalier is the same, every terrier. No, they're not. They're very different. And then you've got the personality, which comes from life experiences and the personalities with each an environment. But then you've got temperament. Do they have a more dominant, kind of pushy, confident temperament? Or are they a little bit more shy and laid back and an observer? And to me, as a professional, we owe it to that dog, to each dog that we come across, to see them, to see exactly who they are. And if I have a pet parent, a client that is asking me this is what I want, I take all that information, I really get to know the dog that's in front of me, take into account their background, and I say, I truly understand this is what you want, but this dog will not be happy doing that. And this is why. And let me show you this side of your dog that you may have not even considered. And it opens up a world, as opposed to just sticking each dog in a box. I have opened up relationships between the pet parent and the dog that never would have happened had I just sat there and listened to what each one wanted. I educate them, and I get to show them a different side of their dog they've never seen before.
I just put up on the screen our text and call in line here. So if there's somebody has a question for Deb about their dog, 307-278-9598. That gets you right here to the studio with your text. I'd recommend right now a text, because I have an agenda here with Deb. But you can leave a message, and I'll get to it after the show. But text me, and I'll see it now. So 307-278-9598. If you have a particular question, I can run by Deb Nab, who is the Mutt Master. And just quickly, your website is the Mutt Master. There's the cough button. themuttmaster.com, and Deb Nab, and she's the Mutt Master. And so I have a question. What are some of the more, how would I say this, the more typical issues that you seem to run into with, I'm sure they're all unique, but as close as we can, generalizing, what do you run into mostly? I mean, I know my dog's misbehaving, but...
oh, no, I got a good one.
Okay.
This is by far the most common issue I deal with, which is why I created the program, the Mutt Master Makeover. So people, when they decide they want a dog, the reasons here, hang on. Oh, there you go. Okay. The reasons most people get a dog is they saw a dog as a child that they have fallen in love with, something from a TV show. They've always had their favorite breed, but they really don't take into account what was this dog originally bred to do.
Yeah.
Right? And even if it's a mix, which there are tons of now, you still look at those and go, what was this dog originally bred to do? And so they end up bringing a dog into their house and it becomes a pet. Well, the problem is if this dog was a working dog breed,
right,
and was bred to work, and I mean a high drive, it's kind of like taking an Einstein brain, if you will, and letting it sit and just be happy with an occasional, TV show from time to time. Whereas a dog with that kind of brain has to be mentally stimulated. And people, when I ask them, I know how you're physically stimulating your dog because you've shared that with me, but talk to me about how you're mentally stimulating this dog. And they're like, well, what do you mean? I'm like, where things you provide where they have to think and problem solve. And then I get this look like deer in the headlights. And then most of the time they go, nothing.
Yeah.
I said, I understand that. But the problem is that when you take a dog with that beautiful mind and you put them in an everyday house, maybe with a backyard, take them for a walk every day, play fetch with them. I said, this dog is like, but I could be solving the world problems with the brain that I have.
Yeah.
And when that brain doesn't get stimulated to the level that it needs to be, what happens is that dog is going to find his own outlets for that need. So you get problems like excessive barking, excessive jumping, destructive behaviors, resource guarding, because that brain needs to be doing something.
We had a combination at one point when my son Joseph joined the Army. We inherited his Anatolian Shepherd mix.
Ooh.
Remember, we're a giant dog. I'm 6'3",
big brain,
6'3", and when he stood up, his paws were here and his face was right here. Big dog, beautiful dog. He was mixed with some. I was going to say collie, but that's not right. But he was mostly Anatolian Shepherd, and he just had a whole different way of doing things. So like when we would go out in the woods for our hikes, he stayed right by us. He had those guard dog instincts, because that's what they are. They're cheap guard dogs.
Livestock, right.
Right. And so it would be all like, hey, go ahead, because my labs, they'd see a creek and boom, they're gone. They're in the water. And we were like begging, and we called him Romeo. And because he was a lover for sure, and he was very protective. But here's there's a funny part of this story. So I was hunting one year with my buddy Fitz. Fitz, if you're listening, here's the story. We get home from a week of hunting. We get home, and the garage door goes up. Fitz got to go to the bathroom. It's been a long drive home. And he goes, the garage door opens up, and he goes right in my house, right in the kitchen door, without me with him. And Romeo, out comes Fitz, and Fitz is a bigger guy than me. He comes flying out of the house, goes, Jesus, Bags, what is that? And Romeo, who's a sweetheart, but his instinct to guard Deb. Where labs, my labs are looking to a face to lick,
Exactly.
Romeo was looking for a jugular. And Fitz knew it. Hey, sorry. Yeah, JoJo's dog is here, so careful. But your point being that there's the difference. I mean, Labrador and an Anatolian Shepherd.
Well, and that alone is one part of it. But I think that the other thing about pet parents that I am noticing and have noticed over 35 plus years is that they're not taking into account, sorry about that, when the communication aspect, like if there is a beautiful communication way about dogs that if you just spend time observing them within their species, especially, right, you get to see so much more of how they non-vocally communicate. We communicate verbally all day long. And then, but we continue to talk to our dogs the way we talk to each other. But we forget that there is a whole nother species. So a lot of my clients, for instance, I think you did it a little bit earlier when you said up, 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 up. And versus if you went, or
oh, yeah.
The sound that normally doesn't come out of your mouth would have been more interesting because our dogs get used to hearing us talk all day long. So they tune us out, right?
Sure.
So if you think about the sounds dogs make when they communicate, they bark, they whine, they howl, they growl, they make sounds, right?
Sure.
So I thought, well, why don't I try, instead of, I try to tell my clients, when you see your dog up on the counter and you want him off, what do you say? I said, buddy, get off the counter. And I said, how about this? He jumps up on the counter and you go,
Yeah, that's all it needs to be.
And he looks. And then if he gets down, good, off.
Is that,
and you teach him a word.
Is that one of the issues, the things that we're doing wrong as a dog training, is that we're being too verbal with them and we're not consistent with the command, like few words, consistent, and go with that.
So, for instance, you and Deb, I'm guessing, does she go by Deb or Debbie?
Deb.
Okay, Deb, me too.
Very similar to Deb Nab. It's Deb Bag Lady. No, she wouldn't like it. But anyway, go ahead.
So, if you guys were my clients, I would say to you separately, when you want your dog to do something, what do you say? And then I'd ask Deb. And inevitably, you use different words, you use different tonality. One of you is more emotional than the other one.
Yes.
And I explain, where's the consistency? Because think about something. When a dog is going to warn you, here's the warning. Now, if that warning is ignored, there is a secondary warning, and it's pretty common throughout the whole, species. It's right. Sorry, guys. That's the secondary warning. And if the third needs to happen, it is scruff time, right? For the dog on dog. A human, on the other hand, is buddy, no, drop it, buddy, drop it now, drop it. Where's the follow through? Yeah. Where's the consistency? And then number 3, we're also bringing emotion to that situation, where with dogs, we forget. These guys are instinctual beings. We're emotional beings. We're human.
Yes.
They're instinctual beings. So when a dog goes to correct another dog, it's a purely instinctual reaction, not an emotional one. A dog can literally do that growl air snap at a dog. And as long as that dog complies, it's like, okay, you want to play? I mean, it's that fast.
Hey, Deb, let me take this last break, and when we come back, I want to ask you a couple things. Number one, I'd like to hear maybe a success story or two. And then is it as the cliche goes, is it ever too late to teach an old dog new tricks? So Hang on one second. We'll do our last break here. We're with the couple, the dynamic duo, Roger King and Deb Nab, and we're talking about our dogs right now. We were talking about media. We were talking about marketing and branding. That seems like a long time ago, but now we're talking about our dogs, and one of my favorite topics. Right, Waylon? Yeah, he's a good boy. He's hanging. It's 8:50 here on Saturday, October 11th. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio. My name is John Baggett. My friends, though, they call me Bags. We'll be back after this on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Thanks for tuning in.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
It's Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags on a Saturday. That call-in or text-in line is 307-278-9598. Back in the Zoom room, Deb Nab. Hey, how about a success story? Somebody comes in. I think you already did Roger. That was at the beginning of the show. Roger's a success story. Came in with a dog that needed lots of help. Maybe a couple, a dog and a human that needed some help. What's another one that somebody could relate to?
Well, this one is it's a story that I've told before, but it happens to be one of my favorites because it encompassed so many things that could have gone wrong and would have had I not stepped in. It's a story about a dog named Jax, and he is still alive. His mother's name is Lindsay. She does not mind me sharing this story at all. At the time that Lindsay rescued Jax, Jax is a blue heeler cattle dog mix.
Mm-hmm.
At the time she got him, he was 6 months old, so he was young, and she was a college student, and she was also working full time, so she had a full schedule. And she was living in a house that she was renting with another female roommate her age. And by the time I got the call, I got a call from her dad. Her dad was going over to their house in the middle of the day to let Jax out. And at this point, when I get the call, Jax had already put Lindsay in the hospital 3 separate times to severe bites to her arm.
Yikes.
He had bitten the roommate, and he had bitten one of her parents. She had already hired 3 separate trainer/behaviorists, and each time they were, one said, this is any dog that would bite its own owner, you need to put him down. Wouldn't even work with the dog. The other one wanted to use a shock collar, and that only kind of made things 10 times worse. And the third one just wouldn't even touch the dog. So by the time I come in, I'm kind of their last hope. And I said, in the session where I meet everybody for the first time, I want all of you sitting in the living room. When I come in, I'm going to sit down and I'm not going to look at Jax. I'm not going to talk to him. I'm not going to touch him. I'm not going to give him any reason to feel in any way uncomfortable with my presence. And as I sit down, now Jax is flying off the walls. He is literally 6 months old and bouncing off of the people sitting down, off their laps, onto the couch, off the couch. And I'm just having a gale time watching this in front of me. And the dad goes, "Why are you laughing?" And I said, "Well, first of all, I go, do you want the good news or the bad news?" And he goes, "The good news, please." I said, "Well, the good news is," I said, "this is a no-brainer." I said, "I know exactly why this is happening, and it has nothing to do with Jax." And I said, "And this could be fixed." I said, "The bad news is you guys are going to have to learn a whole new way of working with and around this dog, because right now he owns you. And you have made that perfectly clear that he is top dog, because you have allowed him into your personal space anytime he wanted it. Anytime he barked at you, you looked at him. Anytime he nose nudged you, you looked at him. You pet him. If he brought you a toy and told you it was time to play, you played with him, all because you love your dog and you think he's cute. But with the brain that this dog has and what he was bred to do, you basically, here was Jax this whole time that he was interacting with all of you. He's taking notes. And he's like, "So let me get this straight. I dictate play, you comply. I dictate affection, you comply. I completely come into your personal space uninvited, and you look at me, talk to me, and touch me and pet me. I'm boss."
Yeah.
Okay. Well, when you put a dog like Jax in that leadership role, they take it very literally. And then they can't understand why you turn around and go telling him what to do and what not to do. And he's like, no, I don't think so. So I put her on my program, the Mutt Master Makeover. I reset their relationship so that Lindsay now was seen as, now I will say this, the term pack leader, unfortunately, has gotten a negative connotation. To me, a good leader is just like a good boss or a good coach.
We've got about 30 seconds left here, Deb. So if we
okay,
what
I'm wrapping it up.
Is it a happy ending?
Yes. Basically, she went from getting her master's degree in business management to becoming a dog behavior expert. To this day, Jax has his own Facebook page.
Thank God.
He has helped rehabilitate other dogs because she did the work.
Good boy, Jax. And good job, Deb. And good job, Roger. Now that I've got our contacts put together here, we're going to be in touch again. I want to do this again, Deb. Our dogs, we love them. It's an evergreen topic. I can never get enough. So don't be surprised. Are you okay with that? And one last time, your website is themuttmaster.com. Talk to her if you need help. We're coming back after the news, top of the hour, here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A 60-year-old Casper man facing sentencing Thursday on child pornography and drug charges fired his attorney, then got him back, and then learned that his attempt to withdraw his guilty plea would not be granted by the judge. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck reports that the defendant, Mark Chanez, gets to spend some more time free on his $75,000 bond.
He was supposed to be sentenced, but he filed a motion to withdraw his guilty plea. He's charged with 6 counts of child porn. He apparently wanted to extend his time. He's on bond. He's on a $75,000 bond. He appeared in court and challenged the representation of his attorney. He said that his attorney didn't consider that some Google Doc and some Spectrum connections show that somebody else put those child pornography photographs and videos on his phone.
The judge said that Chanez's attempt to withdraw his plea came late in court proceedings. Chanez on June 18th entered a plea deal with the state where he pled guilty through an Alford plea, which allows defendants to admit guilt to charges while maintaining they are innocent of the crimes. The Wyoming Supreme Court on Tuesday denied the state's request to overrule a lower court and let a new school choice scholarship program go into effect, at least while the case against it is ongoing. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports the program, for now, is put on hold.
This school choice scholarship program is paused during Wyoming Education Association's constitutionality challenge against it. And the high court, with not really any explanation, which is common, they're fairly terse orders, said, no, we're not going to undo the pause during the case.
The program, scheduled to have begun July 1st, would have allocated up to $7,000 per year per child to qualifying families on a first-come, first-served basis to spend on approved private school and homeschool programs. Hunters who spend extended amounts of time in the woods often take their haircut business with them. Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker reports some Wyoming barbers welcome the break and then look forward to getting much furrier customers back at the close of the hunting season.
A lot of barbers see a lull during hunting season when most of their male clients go away, seclude themselves in the wilderness, and seek different kinds of animals. Now, when they return after this period of time, these men have gotten incredibly hairy and they need haircuts to be presentable to their families.
One barber told Cowboy State Daily that at the end of the hunting season, he sees his clients return with full beards and long hair, and these cuts are often not as fun due to the excessive hair growth. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Here in Wyoming, we look out for each other. For 80 years, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming has done just that. Through changing times and big moments, we are still your biggest champion. We make sure our friends and neighbors have health insurance that fits their lives. Changes are happening, so when it comes time to enroll, we'll be here. With local solutions, local people, and local care. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Wyoming. Let's make a plan together. Learn more at wyomingblue.com.
So far, most of Wyoming's data center announcements have revolved around the city of Cheyenne. But Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports there's plans for a new data center in the state announced by a familiar company.
This data center is headed for a completely different location. Casper has not gotten as much traction in the data center area. This will be the first major data center to announce for Casper. This one in Casper, which is also a Prometheus hyperscale project. So Evanston and Casper are both Prometheus hyperscale. This is the third project that Prometheus has announced.
The data center will start with a minimum $500 million investment for an initial 200 megawatts, but could scale up to 1.5 gigawatts in all with up to 600 employees. And the Outdoors Heritage Coalition, a Montana-based sportsmen's group, and two legislators have filed a lawsuit against the Montana Fish and Wildlife Commission, as well as Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines reports that some hunters and lawmakers are saying that if Montana doesn't loosen wolf hunting and trapping restrictions, the predators can't be killed fast enough to put a significant dent in the state's wolf population.
We reported previously that a lot of people balked over their proposal to up the kill quota for the hunting and trapping season this year. An actual lawsuit has come out. Two Montana legislators and then a sportsman's coalition group up there are suing the state, saying the regulations are too restrictive and they need to be able to kill more wolves faster in order to get the population knocked down.
The lawsuit is the latest move in ongoing disputes over Montana's wolf management policies. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. My name is John Baggett, and my friends call me Bags, so you can too. I've been looking forward to this next hour. It is 9:05, and quick weather update. It is supposed to be, according to Don Day, Wyoming's weatherman, a chance of rain in much of Wyoming today. Especially west of the Continental Divide, otherwise partly to mostly sunny, breezy in some areas, highs from the low 60s near 80 and lows from the mid-20s to near 50 degrees. We're going to launch into the Zoom room here. Again, very excited about this hour of programming that I have coming up here. So how I describe it, Gershon, again, we did this last time. We spoke back in June and I was pronouncing your last name incorrectly. Would you do me a favor and remind me how to pronounce your last name?
Well, it's Prever. Hi there.
Prever.
Priewer.
Yes, it's that
Don't
W.
ask me what the W is doing there.
That's what throws me off. And I was like, I think it's different than the way it looks. So I thought I'd ask.
Right.
Well, the news out of Israel, and let me set this up just a little bit. I've been talking about it since the other day when you and I first hooked up. Okay, so the news out of Israel, the release of the hostages, and President Trump's peace initiative make the this hour's my guest Gershon's perspective incredibly interesting. Gershon Greg Prever, you're an Israeli citizen, former IDF soldier. What was your rank at the time you retired? Would you say, Gershon?
Let's say that I used to cook in the army.
Okay. All right. Perfect. I think other things as well, but I'm going to go with that, if that's what you say. And you're with me live from, ladies and gentlemen, Nazareth, Israel, from the city of Nazareth. Would you call it a city, a village, a town?
Oh, no. It's a large city that unfortunately used to be like almost 90% Christian. Now is only 7% Christian. I guess that. Why? And I'm right above. I mean, if I go to the window, I can actually see the market where the synagogue that is mentioned in the Gospel of Luke chapter 4, Jesus went to pray on a day like this, on a Shabbat.
So, as I said, we spoke back in June, and one of the topics we had at the time was the hostages. First of all, the terrorist attack of Hamas on October 11th of 2023, and that tragedy, and just the wanted to get the disposition and so forth. But before we get down that road too far, we should explain to my audience how we know each other. We probably have a whole different audience. Some of you who heard us speak before back in June, just bear with us very quickly. Gershon, Deb and I have been blessed to visit Israel twice. I would go back tomorrow if the finances and all the arrangements could be made to go again. And at one point, you were our guide, and you just were exceptional. You are an exceptional guide. You professionally, that's what you do. Thank now. You. And I wanted to give your email address real quick. Help me out here. I've got it written down somewhere. What's the email address, or even the website? I got it. travelisraelwithgershon.com. Let me say that again. travelisraelwithgershon.com, and Gershon is spelled Gershon. So it was one of the most incredible experiences of our life. It brings the Bible to life when you go to Israel. It's one of the most amazing experiences. I cannot emphasize enough. If you are a Christian or a Jew, going to the Holy Land will change how you worship and how you interpret the Bible. I'm just throwing that out there. That's how we know each other. You are an exceptional tour guide, and we'll talk more about the tourist aspect of your life. But the elephant in the room, first of all, again, you're in Nazareth, Israel, which is not very far from Jerusalem, if I recall.
Well, it's not close. Well, nothing in Israel is very far.
Right.
It's about an hour and a half drive.
Yeah, that's
in
not
good
far.
Conditions of the traffic.
That's funny because here in Wyoming, it's you get nowhere in an hour and a half. But anyway,
obviously.
So yeah, I'm trying to kind of remember where it is on the map, but I got it. My map. Israel is tiny.
You won't find it. You won't find it.
It is tiny back there. But
Israel is the only country in the world where its name doesn't fit.
Right.
You can know, right?
It crosses over into some Arab territory on the big map.
Exactly.
So let's get into this, what just happened this week. And the world is celebrating, most of the world is celebrating what happened, even in our very, very divided political atmosphere in the U.S. right now. Pretty much across the board, people are just like praising God, and just so very, very thankful that we've at least made it this far. It's not over. It's not. We'll see what happens, right? But this is the most encouraging thing, in my opinion, to come out of the Middle East in a very, very long time, and that is that an agreement has been reached for the hostages to be released. Gershon, I'm going to give you the floor. How do you feel about that? How does that make you feel?
It's a mixed feeling. It's a really mixed feeling. First of all, I am so happy for the state of Israel, for the people of Israel, that thanks to President Trump. I mean, I don't have any doubt regarding that matter. We are going to release the live people who are alive, and we are going to celebrate, but we are going to celebrate in a kind of a sad way, mainly because those people suffer for 2 years. And the other half, which are almost 18 people, we are going to bring in coffins. I mean, they're dead. And I believe that we are going to be, our beauty as Israelis, we are going to stand by the streets when those people are going to be buried like if they were alive, because that's who we are. I mean, for the alive and for the dead. So it's a mixed feeling. It's a really mixed feeling. We are so much 24/7 now in the news, waiting for the release. I know that we already not free. We took from jail almost 2,000 murderers, terrorists that we are going to exchange, but we don't care about that. I mean, even if there were 5,000, we don't care about that. We need those 22 people alive and the rest of dead to be back home.
Well, and I see the emotion on the faces of the Israeli people on our newscast. This story is dominating all of the America's news, and I'm sure other places in the world. But this is what we see, and what that emotion regarding the fact that we're bringing home, I think it's 28 that are alive, but there's more that are supposedly the bodies will be released of dead hostages. So, as you say, mixed emotions.
Exactly. Yeah, very, very much mixed emotions. We think, though, that there are only 22 alive.
22.
Which we thought that there were 20, and now we know about 22 because all the hostages, dead and alive, there were 48. But maybe we'll have a positive surprise that they're more alive than what we thought.
What do you think? What's something you think Americans should know? Again, you're a worldly man, and you know that we have a very divided political atmosphere here in
Welcome
the
to the
United
club.
States. Yeah, okay. And that's part of being a democracy, right? And
exactly right.
Freedom. That's going to happen.
Exactly right.
But I don't always think that we're getting the perspective. That was one of the things that the advantage of going to Israel and meeting Israelis, citizens, and getting their perspective. And that's why I'm so overjoyed and so appreciative to have you on the show today. Because it's hearing, the phrase we use here is from the horse's mouth.
Right.
You're there and you're seeing it. What do you think? What would you say to an American about this situation where we are right now, maybe days before the hostage release is supposed to happen?
Well, as an American or as an Israeli?
What do you think an American should know that we may not know just based on the news coverage that we get?
We don't have any. I want to tell you something, that you see news, you watch news that we don't, in order not to offend the families, in order not to do moves that we don't know where they're going to go. So you see more news about Israel than what we do. especially what's going on in the Gaza. And because in Israel it's forbidden. It's like we never saw the movie here that probably you saw about October 7.
Right.
Here we cannot because that will hurt. And really, the families are already, as we say, have dead. Yesterday, one of the kids that lost his girlfriend at the Nova committed suicide. So those are the things that we don't talk much in Israel, and I don't know why it was broadcast today, was on the news today. But there's a lot of kids, 18, 19, 20, that they were in that festival for peace. It was a festival for peace.
Yes.
And they were massacred by those barbarians. So our feeling is that the world doesn't understand that. Now, we have to divide, even in America, we have to divide evangelists and not evangelists, all right? Because evangelists who know the Bible and understand the Bible and love the Bible, they will always be in favor of what the Bible says. And that's very clear. While the others, and I have to admit, for the others, it's the Jews who killed Jesus.
Yes, I understand.
So it becomes very anti-Jew. I believe, and I said that to a very high-level name in the Vatican. I said, for as long as you are going to have Jesus in the cross and having kids going for the first time to church, and they will ask their parents, who is that? They will say, Jesus. And who killed him? What will be the answer right away? Jesus. The Jews. Although it's not written anywhere in the gospel that that's what happened. But that's what I got when I was a kid as well. The first time I went to a church and I saw it. So that by itself create a kind of a hate and anti-Semitism that is there. Now, the other thing is that you look at the third generation of people coming from Bill Graham, Hal Lindsey, Paul Crouch, Pat Robertson, Chuck Smith, and so on. Those are kids that now they are in the universities, in college, all over the States, and they're getting brainwashed. They don't have the same happiness that their parents or grandparents used to have towards Israel. They're losing it. Mm-hmm. And they're losing it because there is a lot of money being put there by Arab countries like Qatar.
Sure.
In order to do parades and the flotilla, the famous Greta coming as a big time show here. So I think that America needs a change as well regarding that we are not only that we are part of the evangelist movement, but we are the only democratic country and the most fair ally of the U.S. that you ever had.
And so I think you're right. And that's part of where I'm going with this, because I think that there's a general change of thought right now that anti-Semitism is being put in the spotlight and under scrutiny more now than even just a couple years ago. So I do, I feel the pendulum is swinging back the other way. And so this peace initiative, one of the questions I have for you, because President Trump, it can be a very divisive figure here to many people. But what I see, and this is just my opinion, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't do a lot of politics on my show, Gershon, by design, because I have family on both sides of the political spectrum, and I love them dearly, and it's not worth it to me to get in the mud over politics.
That's what democracy is all about.
You bet. And everybody is welcome to their opinion.
Exactly.
However, what I have seen, and I don't think this is political, is President Trump consistently, whether it's to feed his ego, I don't care why he does it. Maybe the hand of God is on him. Maybe he's inside. He's a very good man. Maybe it feeds his ego to be doing this. I don't care what the reason is, but he has talked about peace. He has traveled for peace. He has legislated for peace in the world, and this has been a priority of his long before the hostages were taken, he was talking about peace in the Middle East being a priority of his. And now here we are, where we are at the threshold of a point in history that will never be forgotten. And I feel like we have to give President Trump the due that he's deserved.
By all means. Don't forget that before October 7, 23, he did the Abraham Accord.
The Abraham Accord.
In which Saudi Arabia was an inch close to make official peace with Israel. And that momentum was broken by October 7. So I think that now that he's coming tomorrow to talk at the, tomorrow is, that he's flying to Israel, and we don't know the rest of the story. Probably will go to Egypt as well, and he's preparing a kind of a global meeting of leaders in Sharm el-Sheikh by the Red Sea. I mean, those are the rumors, right? In order to say enough is enough. I mean, this is it. That was it, period. Let's forget the past. Let's go towards the future. And he is capable. First of all, his charisma. I know that sometimes he goes away with phrases that he repeat himself and he repeat, but honestly, we admire him. We really like him. Netanyahu didn't make the peace. He was strong.
Well, we'll come back here after this commercial break. Gershon, thanks so much for being here live from Nazareth, Israel. I assume that you have work to do and probably a crew of tourists to show this beautiful, amazing Holy Land to here. But let me do this commercial break. When we come back, I want to ask you and get some of your insight and opinion on the optimism for a long-term peace after this. So when we come back, you're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Gershon's in the Zoom room live from Nazareth, Israel. We're talking about the news of today, what's happening, and maybe this beautiful, wonderful miracle of sorts of the hostages in Gaza being released very soon, hopefully in the next day or two. It's 9:23. My name is John Baggett. My friends call me Bags. We'll be back on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, we'll crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. At 9:27 here Mountain Time in Sheridan, Wyoming, Gershon, where you should come visit sometime. I'll be your tour guide.
I hope so.
In a four-wheeler side-by-side, we'll be running around the mountains, the Bighorn Mountains that we live at the base of.
I heard it's beautiful there.
It's beautiful, and it's a beautiful day here. We're supposed to get some rain this afternoon, but not bad for the middle of October. We've already had some snow up in the high country, and the season has changed. Kind of pretty with the colors.
Can you send some over here?
Sure.
We need it.
Oh, you bet. Yeah, I know. It can be dry. The first time I went to Israel, we landed in Tel Aviv in a sandstorm. So it actually, it almost fit. I was almost cliche, you know, it's
wow,
stereotypical landing in a desert. But the rest of Israel, I don't even know how to describe it. I want to get to that part. I've got a whole segment here about visiting Israel that you and I are going to cover. But
sure.
I wanted to get back to, again, you mentioned earlier about this general disposition of the Israeli people, a hopefulness. Is that accurate, how you would describe it, what's happening now?
It's very frustrating, especially to people of my age, because we lived the Yom Kippur of 1973, in which as well we were taken by surprise because of our self-confidence that nothing can happen to us. All right, after the war of 1967, what is called the Six Day War, we were like Tarzan, Rambo, no one can touch us. And I believe the same thing happens before October 6th.
Yes.
The self-confidence that nothing can happen to us is what brought us to that disaster, that we were not listening. We were not listening to the girls that were on TVs looking that the enemy is getting ready. We knew that they were building tunnels. We didn't know that it was going to be like the size of the subway in New York.
Yeah.
Those are the size of the tunnels, all right? So we knew that they exist, but that will never happen. So that was the most painful and frustrating thing. Plus the fact that the attack against those kids who were celebrating for the joy of peace, that's why they were by the Gaza Strip, close to the Gaza Strip. They have enough place in Tel Aviv and Haifa and Jerusalem to have done that, but they did it. So probably the people of Gaza will find out why there was such a disco in there. And we paid the heavy price by that self-confidence.
Well, and I think I agree with you totally that we just have to admit that it was a massive intelligence breakdown that allowed that level, that size of a invasion from Gaza that killed that many people. And so I think you're right. I think there was a realization by the Israeli people to go along with the tragedy of all the deaths, the tragedy of all the kidnappings and the hostages, the realization that that they were, you, my friend, were still vulnerable.
Yep.
You guys live with violence and threats like that all the time. In fact, both times that we went to Israel, just so people know, we always felt safe. The Israeli people, the IDF, they are very, very diligent when it comes to taking care of tourists. I'm sure they're just like us and know how valuable the tourist industry is. We always felt safe, but we could see we were in certain areas where there had been terrorist attacks from, I believe, Lebanon at the time and other places. So that's a general atmosphere that you guys live under that maybe in some places in America right now, with some of the violence in our big cities, some people would understand. I wouldn't, perhaps, what it's like to live under those kind of threats on a daily basis. What is it like, Gershon?
Honestly, we don't feel it that way.
No.
Life goes on. Yeah, life goes on in Israel. I mean, even today, driving very Jericho, obviously the army was waiting for what I think was a terrorist. And when he saw the army, his car make a U-turn, had an accident, and all was dropped into the car and being caught. We don't know. It hasn't been on the news yet because of Shabbat, but we don't know what happened. So we're used to that. We don't pay that much of attention. But on the other hand, children will not even pick up a pencil on the street because it might be a bomb. Okay, so that we are so much aware of those things. On the other hand, when I have first timers, people coming here, they said, well, where is the army? Where are the tanks? Where is the artillery? You don't see that. Okay, you don't see. You here is the country where women can walk in the middle of the night, no one will bother them. I can walk with a Rolex, I wish I had, and or a chain made out of pure gold. I'm not afraid because no one will try to take it from me. I'm not saying that we are angels, but the confidence of safety in Israel is just amazing. You know, that day before yesterday was interviewed by CNN, 2 Arabs in the old city of Jerusalem, Muslims, and they said, we're Muslims. And he said, would you live anywhere else than in Israel? Will you go to Palestine? He said, no. There is every Arab envy the Arabs living inside of Israel. We have everything. We have social insurance. We have democracy. We have 10 members of the Knesset are Muslims. And believe me that when they talk, you will feel like furious. Mm-hmm. But that's what democracy is all about.
Well, we noticed that when we were there, that the Muslims, the Arabs, travel. A lot of them, many of them, thousands of them, travel freely to and from the Jewish sectors, the Arab sectors, the Christian areas, and I don't think that that's reported enough, Gershon.
Obviously not.
Generally, folks in Israel, particularly where we've been, get along, and that the Arabs, they work freely, they have jobs, and many of them, I'm sure, they run into people with negative dispositions towards them, and vice versa. But generally,
vice versa, right?
Yeah, generally,
right.
It is people are getting along. It's amazing to see. One corner in particular is in my mind right now, and it's been like 6-7 years since our visit with you. A mosque on this side of the street, a Muslim mosque. On the other side, over here, an Armenian church. On this side of the street, a Catholic church. And on this side of the street, a Jewish temple. And the people and everybody, that is amazing. And you don't see that even in America. The four religions, actually 2 of them are Christian-based, but that close together with that different, religion interacting with each other.
Right. The democracy here, democracy per excellence. I don't know if you know this as a fact, and obviously you can check me out. Anyone can check me out. 78% of the cases in court, being Supreme Court or lower courts, are Arabs suing Israel. I mean, as a government, because of this, because of that. But that's for democracy. They don't have it in the Arab countries.
No, and
They
certainly
don't go to vote in our countries.
and and women, the way they're treated, Israeli.
So when you now the Arab Israelis, hey, yeah, sorry, you froze.
Yeah, you did too for a second. Give it 1 second here; it'll clear up.
I didn't know the question if you had.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I was listening to you. It was about the women, the freedom that women have relative to Arab women. We're getting a little interference.
You know that most of the nurses. Oh, okay.
We're good now. Go ahead.
Most of the nurses in hospitals, trainees to be dentists, etc., are Arabs. Are Arabs that they're getting to be intellectual, and they come dressed like Arabs, and we travel together. You know, it's very interesting because if you're not here, you cannot comprehend it. It's very hard to understand that.
Well, it gets a couple of little technical issues, but if you think of the miracle that's happening right now, just you and I having this conversation, I'm in the Mountain West, the Rocky Mountain region of the United States, and you're in Nazareth, Israel, and we're having a conversation.
Right.
So we shouldn't be too annoyed that there's a couple of glitches here and there with the satellite.
Absolutely.
That we're traveling back and forth from. But anyway, what is, again, we kind of hinted towards this. What are the people of Israel? Where's their level of optimism that this situation is could be long term? Is there optimism?
Yes, there is. On the other side, for as long as they're going to, it's not going to be a peaceful kind of a thing, because when they read that you have to kill the infidels and whoever doesn't believe on what the Prophet Muhammad dictated and so on, it cannot create a kind of a peaceful atmosphere, because that's what the kids are learning, and they have to learn it by heart. And I quote only one verse in the Quran. There are about 20 of those against Christianity, against Judaism. So how can that bring us to a peaceful kind of a Middle East? Don't forget that we are surrounded.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I've been to the border with Syria and Lebanon and Egypt in our visits, and it's a constant reminder of the tumultuousness of that region. So I've got another question here, and then we're going to go to a break, and we're going to talk about traveling to Israel. Should Donald Trump have gotten the Nobel Peace Prize? What do you think, Gershon?
Well, he would have, if he would have done what he did, but in 2024, because that's how it works.
Right.
That's how they work. Okay. They are doing it to the people who did things in 2024. So I don't doubt that he's going to be a Nobel Prize winner next year.
I
don't doubt that. And he deserves it.
Yeah, I think timing was maybe a part of the issue. I do know, such a...
No, that's for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
And but I personally think that that, along with some of the other initiatives he's done around the world, that he's sincere. And again, I totally get, because of his personality and some of the rhetoric that he can spew at times. I get it. I absolutely do. And I don't like, and I support him. I don't like what he says many, many times. I wish he was more diplomatic, but then he wouldn't be this New Yorker architect, tough guy that he was successful long before he became president. But he's also somebody who starts, middles, and finishes. Most times when he says he's going to do something, he either tries very desperately to do it, or he gets it done.
Yeah, absolutely. For as long as he doesn't attempt to take Canada to the States or the island of Hawaii.
That's what I'm talking about. The stuff that comes out of his mouth sometimes. But at the same time...
Yeah, but
go ahead.
but we understand that that's kind of a nonsense.
He likes to poke the bear. We call that. Do you know what I mean when I say poke the bear?
Oh yeah, exactly right.
He
Yeah,
likes to poke the bear because he knows
Mm-hmm.
it's going to get somebody's feathers ruffled. It's just his personality. I have friends, not just friends, but best friends who have personalities just like that. They like to press, and they like to get under people's skin and be sarcastic and annoying, and that's his personality.
Absolutely.
Not always appropriate in certain situations. Like what was the one where he was Greenland, that he was gonna.
Yeah, Greenland. That.
And I'm like, oh God, did he say that?
But look, he's not a diplomat. He's not a diplomat.
No, but he is.
That's what we like about him. That he's not a diplomat.
That's why he won. He won because he's not a politician, and we've had it up to here with politicians who make a lot of speeches but don't get a lot done. So, anyway, I want President Trump to win the Nobel Peace Prize. But I'll tell you what: watch how many heads explode when here in the U.S. if he does, because everyone is going to flip out. So anyway, it's 9:42. When we come back, I am just going to make one of the best and most sincere recommendations I can, based on my experience in traveling into Israel twice in my life, and having as a tour guide Gershon Greg. Let me say it right. Prever with the V. That W is going to throw me off every time, Gershon. I'm just sorry. But and that's I definitely want to talk to you about that and what that might look like. Maybe packages that folks could look at that might work for them. I'm sure there's all different levels and different places.
Absolutely.
So we'll do that when we get back. Here's our last break here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 9:43. It's your buddy Bags in Sheridan, Wyoming, USA, while Gershon is in Nazareth, Israel. Unbelievable. Back in a flash on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
And welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 9:45 on a Saturday, October the 11th. Your buddy Bags. Thanks for tuning in. And thank you, Gershon, for joining me from Nazareth, Israel. Nazareth, where my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, grew up. Yes, he did. And I've been there. and I got to see it, and I got to, what is the mount above Nazareth that you look down upon?
Mount of Precipice.
Yes, the Mount of Precipice. I'll never forget as long as I live. We went there at dusk until it got dark, and we sang worship songs, Christian worship songs on the top of that mount, looking down.
It's overlooking the Valley of Jezreel, Valley of Armageddon.
Yeah, dude. I mean, if you're, you read the Bible and, okay, that's good. I highly recommend it. But then when you go there to Israel and you see it, and somebody like you, and you're Jewish, correct?
Yes.
And you say to me, this is where your Jesus spoke, or this is where your Jesus preached, or this is where, and, I don't even know, because it can make you quite emotional when you actually walk in the places where he walked and eat in the places where he ate, etc. So, again, if you ever get the opportunity, I'm just going to say it now and say it very encouraging. Take that opportunity, especially if you are a Jew or a Christian and you want to do something to help bring your faith to life. Go to Israel. And somebody that I've got to travel with as a tour guide is Gershon. And Gershon, I'm going to give your web address again. It is travelisraelwithgershon.com. travelisraelwithgershon.com. Gershon is spelled Gershon. And what would you recommend, Gershon, for somebody who's never been, or even somebody who's been there before and it's time to go back?
So first of all, shame on the ones who haven't been here.
Okay.
Let me tell you a little story. I was at Chuck Smith church in Costa Mesa. He's the one who initiated one of the big churches that used to be hippies in the old days. And he was going to ordain about 30 pastors. And I spoke then in Costa Mesa in the church. And I asked to the audience, how many of you that are going to become pastors have been in Israel? So none. So I said, Pastor Chuck, don't ordain them. How can they be pastors without talking about the Bible, without feeling the Bible? Eventually, through the years, I got them all in Israel. Israel is a life changer, all right? Because I was educated in a Catholic school. I was born in Chile, as you know.
Yeah.
And that's why I absorb Christianity. And that's why my specialty is Christianity, especially with evangelical, they understand the Bible. I love the Bible. I never finished studying it. Whatever I listen to is lectures lately. And unfortunately, I had 2 years' time to listen to a lot of lectures and go back to Samuel and Kings, etc., etc. But in Israel, when you read the Bible and you touch the site, I'm saying it, touch the site is a changer. I mean, it's changed your life. I know how many things I've gotten from people and very well-known names that I won't tell you, but very well-known names that they say, the way I preach today is thanks to you. So it's not thanks to me. It's thanks to the fact that they came to Israel to feel that, to be able to feel when they're talking about Nazareth, when they're talking about the first miracle, Cana, here you are. I mean, we are driving through the place. I will lie to you if I tell you that this is exactly the stone where Jesus stood and said what he said. Today I was with my clients at where Jesus gave the Sermon on the Mountain. And we were talking about Matthew 5. And the question was, how could he talk to so many people? So come to Israel and I will show you how he can talk. He talked without using a microphone or loudspeaker, using good sense of intelligence and taking advantage of acoustics in order to talk to those people. But you don't understand unless you come here. We were at the boards at the shores of the Sea of Galilee, and they became emotional. I'm driving with 3 Christian people, every weekend now, but this is my last one. So yeah, it's a life changer.
It is. And one of the things that just came to mind is at the Garden Tomb, and we went to visit, and it's kind of hard to describe, but it's a very small opening. This is where some believe that Jesus was laid after he was crucified, and where the stone was rolled across the entrance. You could still see the what would you call that?
The rail.
The rail, yeah, where the stone would have rolled inside
Sure.
of, right?
Sure.
And so you actually get to go in there and see it. And there's a sign on the wall that says, "He is not here, he is risen." And of course, as you know, Easter is our most holy of holidays. And so, but that was awesome. That was great all by itself. But the coolest thing was, Gershon, is when Deb and I walked out of it, and you got to crawl through this small space to come out into the Garden Tomb area, which would have at the time been guarded by Roman soldiers. And when we got outside, there were people. I would say there was at least 100 people milling about, and they were from all over the world. So there were folks from the USA. There were folks from Europe. There were folks from Africa. There were folks from Asia. And everyone, and then somebody broke into "How Great Thou Art" in English. It just, somebody randomly did that. I don't know if it was American or a Canadian or somebody from Great Britain, somebody who spoke English. They started singing "How Great Thou Art," and the next thing I know is 100 people from all over the world, and it was beautiful because the African women were in their very, very traditional dress-up garb,
Right.
and all of a sudden 100 people from 50 countries are singing "How Great Thou Art," where many believe that Jesus was laid to rest. And I tell you, even now I think about it, it makes me little bit emotional, because that means everything, and here we are, we're brothers and sisters of Christ, and we're together in this holy of holy places in the Holy Land, and it just there's nothing really to compare it to. There's beautiful places, beautiful churches in America, there's beautiful shrines and so forth here, but honestly, there's really nothing that compares to that and other places.
Absolutely.
What kind of feedback have you gotten over the years from people? And I know that you do stay in touch with a few, because we have.
Right.
Just the these pilgrims, they go to Israel. And what has been some of the responses that you've seen? I know you've seen tears, that's for sure.
Oh, absolutely. By the way, I become very emotional when I see people getting emotional. But yes, I only get I do have complaints, all right? Complaints about the hotel or complaints about the food, those kind of complaints. But the fact that people are second timers and third timers.
Yeah.
I mean, I have a lady from Florida that now she comes every year to volunteer for a month. And that was the impact that Israel did to her.
Yeah.
Okay. Every year she comes and volunteers for a month. And in the weekends, I take care with other people that are also volunteering. And she can repeat every single place, and she will love it like if it was her first time.
It's time for you to be very honest with us Yankees here in the USA. Relative to tourists from other places on the planet, how are we doing? Are we a pain in the rear end?
Not at all.
Are we the worst, or are we somewhere in the middle? I know we're not the best, but how are we doing?
Honestly, you are. You are the best.
Really?
Because first of all, you're educated, and that's why I like to, I repeat myself, I like to guide evangelical Christians because the love of the Bible, the respect that they have for the places. Sometimes I get off my way with my jokes, but never bad ones. I mean, I have my limit as well. Because I guide also in French, I guide in Spanish, obviously, I guide in Portuguese, but English is my favorite because of their knowledge of the Bible.
Excellent. I like hearing that. That makes me feel. I wasn't expecting that
Oh, yeah.
answer because sometimes
no.
American tourists get on my nerves. They bother.
No. First of all, as a tour guide and a professional tour guide for so many years, we are guides, we are psychologists, we are nurses, we are doctors. I mean, you have to take care of 40, 50 people that they're different, okay? They're all different. It's human to be different. But no. The respect for each other is just amazing among Americans.
Well, let's finish up here. We've only got a couple minutes left, Gershon.
Yeah.
As I mentioned before to our listeners and viewers, we're streaming and broadcasting here. This is an amazing time. This is something that many, many millions of people have been praying for. We are on the precipice of the hostages being released finally, and some of the bodies being brought home. One last time, just what does that mean to you? And is there this big, giant sigh of relief?
Oh, it's going to be a tremendous relief. I mean, I cannot express the joy that we have because they're going to be free, live and dead, unfortunately. But it's like after 2 years, a kind of be able to breathe. I'm talking to you, and I don't know if you notice it. One eye is on the TV. And I just read that CNN is saying that the hostages are going to be free tomorrow night.
Oh, man.
Although I think that they're going to be free before that, because that will be like accommodating with the time that President Trump is going to be here. That's my feeling. My feeling.
Well, and it'll be worldwide, the feeling
absolutely
of relief. And the fact that President Trump will be there, I just think that's icing on the cake, that he deserves this recognition regardless
absolutely
of where your political leanings are. And
absolutely.
Listen, I just want to say thanks so much for doing this. I want to stay in touch. Deb and I have talked about our next trip to Israel. We have a grandchild on the way in the Netherlands, where my son is married to a beautiful Dutch gal. So we're saving our money for that trip. First time grandparents. So we will look down the road at an opportunity again to visit. And absolutely, I wouldn't have it any other way. If we were, in fact, we would work out the schedule of when we're going to make sure that you're available as our tour guide, because
thank you so much.
Life changing.
Thank you so much.
You betcha.
And my advice to the audience, write to me. My email is on my page, and write to me and we can talk, because I take groups of either 7 or 10 or 50.
We'll do that. We're out of time here, Gershon. We're hitting the top of the hour. Thanks so much. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with John Baggett, your buddy Bags. Back again next week. Thank you all for joining us.